And good afternoon to everyone. This is the Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio. I'm Deacon Jeff along with Kim and our associate producer Chris in the studio. For day 3, we are in the back half of our day 3 of our Spirit Drive here for 2025. We've been broadcasting hope and sharing faith for 15 years. In the last 3 days, we've been asking you to make a donation to support our work here that is broadcasting the best in Catholic programming. And so far, we've had a very good drive the first couple of days. Now we're into day 3. Our overall goal is $60,000. Our best drive ever was just over $50,000. Right now, as I sit here and take a look at what our total is, we are now at $49,085. So we are very close to breaking our record. We have a $5,000 matching donation, or up to, I should say, $5,000 matching donation that a generous donor has offered to come write a check at 3 p.m. today for up to $5,000. If we can't raise that much by 3 p.m. today, then we're going to get a lesser amount, whatever that is. And so far, I can tell you that we have $3,750 left of that matching fund. So we've gotten $1,250 of donations that have all been matched, including a pledge from a parishioner at St. Peter and Paul. And so that donation has been doubled. Says that they love the programming. They listen to it all the time, and glad it reaches so many hearts. And oh, by the way, her husband listens to it all day at work. So thank you for that. Thank you for your donation. Thank you for that feedback. It is heartwarming for us to hear that there are people out there who listen all day at work. Maybe the only time you get a chance to listen is listen in the car on your way to and from work. Maybe you're commuting a longer distance every once in a while, whatever it might be. We hope to be along for the ride whenever that is, and we can only do that with your support. So call now. We have volunteers in the studio waiting to take your call at 888-287-0655.
That's 888-287-0655. The phone lines are open, the volunteers are ready, and they are excited to take your pledge. We have a unique opportunity right now with those matching funds on the table. Please make your donation now. Don't wait any longer. It's getting to crunch time regardless, and definitely crunch time to take advantage of the matching funds. Only 2 hours left. We had 4 hours when it first came in, and 2 hours have already expired. So give us a call right now, 888-287-0655, and take advantage of those matching funds on the table. You can call that number. You can visit holyfamilyradio.fm to make your donation. You can utilize our app, the Holy Family Radio app, or the iCatholic Music app. And you can also stop into the station. Quite a few people have done that today. And excellent, excellent. So it's going quickly, but we need your help to get there. We're not halfway, but we're halfway through the time period that we had to utilize that. So at 3 o'clock, that will close. That anonymous donor will be writing a check for whatever we raised between the time the challenge was extended and 3 p.m. There's still over $3,000 left that you can take advantage of as matching funds. 888-287-0655. Give us a call. Our volunteers are ready. Stop in the studio to make your donation if you want. Stop by Adoration, or make your donation online at holyfamilyradio.fm. You can also go to the apps, the Holy Family Radio app and the iCatholic Music app. We've had some great guests here through the drive. And we'll have a couple more yet this afternoon, but we're cruising the last lap around the track.
Oh yeah, I am
Oh,
muted.
you had some dead air
I
there.
had some. Well, maybe you could kind of hear me barely. Yeah. So, um,
Deacon Jeff was talking about the book that
that's
we
right.
have available for you. Joe Heschmeyer's The Early Church Was the Catholic Church, his latest book. It's excellent. You'll really want to check that out. And that is available to all new donors, no matter the amount that you donate. It is available to all donors who convert over to recurring. If you're an existing donor,
Yes.
but you become a new recurring donor, no matter the amount, you are eligible to receive this book. And lastly, if you are an existing donor, but you increase your donation by $15 a month or $180 a year, then you also will receive this book. We will deliver it to your parish. You can pick it up here at the studio, or if you live outside the listening area, we will mail it to you.
Yes.
888-287-0655. That is the number to call to pledge your support for Holy Family Radio, keeping hope and sharing, broadcasting hope and sharing faith, keeping that on the air longer and longer. We've been on the air 15 years, and we'd like another year, and God willing, another
Yeah.
beyond that.
Yeah. What an amazing journey it's been to go and be broadcasting Catholic radio for 15 years. Just imagine that. The folks involved with this had no idea what they were doing, had no idea what it meant to have a radio station, how to build one, how it even worked. But yet they had faith that it was the right thing to do, that it would be a good thing for our area, that it would be a good thing for people to be able to listen to good, faithful programming, to programming and content that would help people learn and be inspired by and come to love their faith even more. There's our stories, and not just from us, but from other Catholic radio stations across the country, that people have returned to the sacraments directly because of Catholic radio. There have been spouses that have been reconciled because of Catholic radio. There are people who have despaired and have considered ending their lives and have encountered Catholic radio and have changed their minds. And we talk about Catholic radio being able to change hearts and minds. It absolutely is able to do that. Why is it able to do that, or how is it able to do that? Because it's God's word. God has the ability to inspire us and to change our hearts and minds. That's what it takes sometimes, is the right word or the right phrase. When we're interacting with people on a regular basis, we kind of get a feeling sometimes, I think this person needs to hear this, or I need to say this particular thing. And oftentimes, hopefully, that is the right thing to say to them. And Catholic radio is kind of like that. It's offers a way to speak to people that maybe you aren't able to. So, for example, if you've had a loved one who has walked away from the faith or left the church and has joined some other denomination, and it grieves you, Holy Family Radio can be a partner and a way for us to encounter that person in a way that you might not ever be able to. For example, if you have a family member, you can't always talk faith to them every single time you see them, as much as you would want to ask them what they're doing and to try and do some apologetics and defending the faith with them. That kind of gets old after a while, and pretty soon that the love begins to be impeded by that. So let us help you. Let us be that partner. Let the folks know about Catholic radio, and who knows when they might tune in. And we have to be there when they do tune in. So consider giving us your best gift. Make your best gift today and have it matched up to $5,000. So we need that. We need those donations. We need those today before we're done. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655.
Yeah, you were talking, Deacon Jeff, there about how helpful it can be to have somebody else, provide those apologetics, provide those answers, address those questions, because sometimes those family relationships it just makes it difficult to be the one that pierces the heart, so to speak. It kind of gets through. And sometimes the best thing that we can pray for, if we have a family member we're concerned about, is to pray for somebody else to come into their life that will touch them, and bring them back to the faith or bring them into the faith. And Catholic radio can play a role in that.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll be the one then flipping the channel and grazing channels and just happen upon Catholic radio, and it touches them, it reaches them, and it does what you've been praying for all along.
Yeah.
So won't you help support us? 888-287-0655. I heard the phone ring a moment ago.
Yeah.
But we really have to have more phone calls and more donations come in if we're not going to lose that offer of up to $5,000 from a very generous anonymous donor who has said, if you can raise $5,000 by 3 o'clock, I will write a check for that amount. So we're on a timeline. We have less than 2 hours to get to that. So please don't delay. Make your donation now so it can count towards those matching funds. Any way you make it will count. Whether you call 888-287-0655 or whether you go to holyfamilyradio.fm or whether you utilize one of the apps to make the donation, Holy Family Radio app or the iCatholic Music app, or if you stop into the studio. Any of those things will work. We've had quite a few people stop into the studio, and we love it. So please feel empowered and encouraged to do that. That is fantastic. But we also have all kinds of other means available for you. 888-287-0655. We still have over $4,000 or under?
Oh, we have under $3,500 now.
Under $3,500 available to you in matching funds, but only until 3 o'clock. So between now and 3 o'clock, you'd have to get that donation recorded.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah.
It's an important point. Yes, recorded, because we talk about this being a fundraising or a pledge drive in some ways, right? So you're able to make that donation instantly through credit card. You can drop off checks, but you can also send in a donation, send in a check. And so all you have to do, though, is to call us and make a pledge that, yep, I'm sending you a check and this is going to be the amount. Or you can say, I want to pledge this amount, and we can send you a letter that requests that, so that you have something to, write your pledge down onto and then send it to us, and we'll collect that later. That's absolutely fine. And in fact, for the recurring donations, if you're going to give $20 a month, I don't record just $20 for our total. I calculate the total amount for over a year. So 20 times 12, which is $240. So your donation gets recorded as $240. And it goes into the pile. So don't fret about the fact that you may not be able to send a check or use a credit card, because maybe some folks don't want to do that. Maybe that's something that you avoid trying to do, which is perhaps a good thing.
That's right.
In any event, please don't let that hold you up from calling 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. It looks like we just had one pledge taken or donation taken. That means our volunteer is available right now to take that call. 888-287-0655.
It's your turn. It's your time. We have 2 hours left.
Actually, an hour and 40 minutes. Really.
Hour and 40 minutes left of time to take advantage of the matching funds on the table. They are getting used, but we have a long way to go yet. Please give us a call at 888-287-0655. That is the number to call to pledge your support. If you want to send a check in later, that's okay. We will gladly send you a letter to remind you, or you can just promise to send it in. That will work too. But we need to have that pledge recorded by 3 o'clock in order to take advantage of the generous offer of an anonymous donor who's coming in at 3 o'clock to write that check for whatever we have raised over the time period in question, which was when it was offered, and 3 o'clock
offered
today.
During the 11 o'clock hour, right?
Yeah, I was thinking it was around 4 hours we have.
Yeah, exactly 4 hours. And I can tell you, I got some updates because my pledge tracker is updating. We now have $2,300 pledged towards that 5,000. So there's $2,700 left for you to take advantage of.
All right, so we're approaching halfway on those funds being used up. But if you were still thinking about what you wanted to do, still thinking, I'll call before 6 o'clock. Well, if you wait until after 3, you lose those matching funds. So please give us a call now. Record your donation, 888-287-0655. Recording it through the online means will work great as well. Don't worry about that. If you prefer the digital manner of making your donation, simply go to holyfamilyradio.fm or the Holy Family Radio app or the iCatholic Music app.
That's right.
And make your donations that way. Our social media posts are also including links to those donation forms. And so if you follow us on Facebook, Instagram, is the link also in X?
Yes,
should be. Do that? Yeah, in X and YouTube, those links are there, and it'll take you right to the donation form. That will all work. That will all take advantage of these matching funds. And again, stop into the studio. Lots of people been just stopping in. If you live close enough to do so, we love to see you. It's a great way to show your support. Stop into the studio. If you've never been here, it's a fun thing to do, to see what a radio station looks like.
Yeah.
And if you've got time, stop over and spend some time with Jesus in adoration. We have adoration set up right behind the studio. You just come right through it. And that's been an incredible blessing to us, and we invite you to join with us in prayer, both in adoration as well as wherever you are at, for the success of Catholic radio in general, and specifically for Holy Family Radio and the Spirit Drive here on your Catholic radio station.
That's right, your Catholic radio station. This studio is actually your studio. It's not our studio. You all made it possible for us to renovate this space here at the Parish Center. It used to be the kindergarten classroom for those of you who went to school here locally. And every once in a while we get some folks who walk in and say, I remember when this was my classroom, or I remember when this was a classroom. And it looks nothing like a classroom nowadays.
I was going to say that. Having not gone here, I would never know that this was a classroom. It looks like a radio studio.
Yeah, it looks like any other sort of business office. It's a beautiful space, and it's a space that's only been made possible through the generous donations of our listeners and our supporters. So I would just kind of recap a little bit the donations that have been coming in. We have a number of parishioners at Saints Peter and Paul, as well as St. John the Baptist here in Glandorf. Donations from St. Michael in Findlay, St. Mary in Leipzig, Holy Family over in New Cleveland, St. Rose in Lima, and that, it's just amazing how there's so many people from lots of diverse places are listening and becoming a part of our family.
Well, the signal is far and wide. Thank God. Praise God. And, we see that in the donors. And it's one of the reasons we've been trying to encourage donors from the Fostoria area, because the signal is new to you over there with the station 90.9 having gone on the air just in January. And we want to, receiving your donation tells us that you're listening. Because there's no other way for us to know if you're listening. So we would really appreciate, we have a lofty goal for 25 new donors from the Fostoria area. We'd love to hear from you folks. We have heard from some of you. Thank you. If you've already donated, contact your friends, your family, your fellow parishioners, and tell them this is the golden hour to donate right now. It is the perfect time to donate with these matching funds on the table until 3 p.m. About 2,500 of that, give or take, is left. So please give us a call and record your pledge to Holy Family Radio, 888-287-0655. I'll say it again, 888-287-0655. So
our 3-day total so far towards our $60,000 goal is $50,135, which is just $309 away from breaking our all-time record. Our all-time record is $50,444.50.
Okay.
So $309.50. Based off of the pledges we already have for our matching donation, we're going to exceed that. We are going. This drive has officially broken the record for the largest spirit drive that we've ever conducted. So I am so excited and so thankful and ultimately grateful to all of you. But we're not done. We're not done yet because we actually have a bigger goal in mind. So we want to reach that $60,000 mark before we're done at 6 p.m. So we need 60 by 6. How about that?
I like that. 60 by 6.
We need 60 by 6, and we'll keep you updated as we go along. We have a couple of guests coming up at the 3 o'clock and the 4 o'clock hour. Other than that, we're going to finish fast and furious. So call 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655.
So as we've mentioned, we have several different goals and things that we're trying to encourage you. 60 by 6, $60,000 by 6 p.m. today is our overall financial goal for this spirit drive. However, we had a generous donor step forward, an anonymous donor, and place a large $5,000 matching fund on the table. But it'll only be $5,000 if we raise that matching amount by 3 p.m. today.
Right.
And we have just a little over half of that left to be matched. We've had about 2,300 of it matched so far. So we've got about 2,700 left to raise by 3 p.m. in order to take advantage of the full amount of matching funds that this donor has offered to us. So couple different timelines that we're trying to keep in your head. If you're listening and you can record your donation before 3 o'clock, that's going to take advantage of those matching funds. If you're not able to do it until after 3, we still very much want you to do so today. We're hoping to hit that $60,000 total by 6 p.m. today. 888-287-0655.
Why not make a donation in honor of your favorite clergy person, or maybe in honor or in Thanksgiving even for the ordination of the deacons coming up tomorrow? I'm excited to be able to go to the cathedral tomorrow to participate in that, to witness that ordination of a new set of brothers, 13, hopefully. New permanent deacons will be ordained tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. And to me, it's going to be a lot of fun because, as I was telling somebody out here in the studio that they would like to go but can't, and I said, any opportunity I can to witness that, I want to go, and plus I get reserved seating. I get the good seating.
Nice.
Right up there and close to the action. And there's the other good part is that there's nothing I really need to do, just to be there and to move where I'm supposed to move. That's kind of relaxing in a way. But it's an important monumental day for these men with this ordination. They will no longer be the same. Their characters will now be conformed to Christ as Christ the servant. So it is a great responsibility. And I can still remember my ordination day, going to the cathedral that morning and getting ready and, learning. We were in the Bishop's Chapel. If you're familiar with the televised mass from the cathedral, it's like this side chapel room in the cathedral. And so that's where we vested, and there's a set of pews and everything in there. We were just told to sit and relax, reflect and pray, and that the masters of ceremonies would take care of everything for us so that we didn't have to necessarily remember where we were supposed to be during our practice, because, yes, we practiced where we were supposed to stand and sit and do whatever we were supposed to do, kneeling, laying prostrate on the floor.
Those are easy words to mess up.
It is. and so that was also very relaxing just to do all that. And I can distinctly remember a couple of things. One is that when we were to go to the bishop to first pledge our obedience to him, we were to walk up to in front of him, bow, and then walk up and then kneel and place our hands in his hands. And then we were to do our pledge of obedience to him and fidelity. And that when we were done and to return to our place, that we were supposed to turned the same way that we had turned, or the opposite way we had turned when we went towards him. So if, in other words, if you're walking and he's to your right, so you walk to the middle and you turn to your right to face him and you go up. When you go back, you turn to the left and then turn to the right. Because if you turn the other way, you're turning your back completely to the bishop. Okay? So, you try to remember that because no one's telling you which way to turn. But if you turn, the whole idea is that everything has meaning in the liturgy. Just a simple thing as walking up and turning the correct way. It's symbolic. It's okay if you do it wrong, but the symbolism is important in that entire thing. So the idea is that you're not turning your back on the bishop, pledging fidelity and returning to where you came from. So that was one thing, and the other part was that throughout the ordination, the bishop lays hands on you. Then the other priests that are there lay hands on you. That's there. I didn't really get this right away, but that's not when the ordination happens per se. That's not when you're made a deacon. It was after that when we lie on the floor, or we were kneeling. We were kneeling on the floor in front of the bishop, which is behind the altar. There's a huge space between where the bishop sits and where the altar is. And so we were kneeling there, and he said a prayer, like the final prayer of ordination. And I distinctly remember one of the priests who were helping us came up and he says, "When you rise, you are deacons." It was at that moment, after that final prayer, when we got off of our knees, that's when we became deacons, and that's when we received our vestments from whoever we decided to bring our vestments from. So I'm going to be, interested to watch that tomorrow. I watched the last ordination class, and I'll see that again this Saturday. And so it's a joyful day for the whole diocese, really.
Thank you for describing that. Not many are able to attend an ordination of a deacon or a priest, and so it's very special to hear that description of what's involved in some of those little things that we wouldn't necessarily think of as the layman.
Yeah.
So we've had a couple of new donations come in, Deacon Jeff.
Oh, have we?
Yeah,
I've been telling stories and not paying attention.
That is quite all right. You are allowed to do that.
What's up?
We have a new donor and a new recurring donor, same person. So do you want me to ring the bell once or twice?
You can ring it as often as you want.
All right. A wonderful donation there from a parishioner at St. John's the Baptist right here in Glandorf. And then, we have another one that's being recorded literally as I speak, so we don't know exactly where that is coming from. Doesn't look like that's necessarily a new one, but we'll come back to that. If we find out that's a new one, we'll just wrap back around. But the point is the amount that we're getting closer and closer to having matched 3,000. I don't know if you have a quick, easy way to total that.
Right there. If you go down
I don't see where that total is.
Go down a little bit below, you'll see a little number down there.
There it is.
Yep.
We're well over 3,000. $3,660 of that, right?
Oh, no.
That's the day total.
That's the day total.
Okay.
If you go down in the parish column a little bit further down.
I see it now. Okay.
There you go. That's what's left, the 5,000.
That's what's left to match. Okay, so we have $2,200 left to
match the 5,000.
The 5,000. Or another way to say it is 3,800 has been claimed. Did I do that right? 2,800.
2,800.
Numbers are hard.
Especially after, let's see, this would be close to almost 30 hours of live radio.
Yeah. You folks are probably thinking, who are these clowns that are trying to give us these numbers?
If these fools can do it, anybody can do it, is what I say.
There we go. There we go. All right. So the point is we have matching funds on the table until 3 o'clock today.
That's right.
Over $2,000 left in matching funds available for you to take advantage of. Call now, record your pledge now, 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. You can record your pledge online as well. Use any of those options, holyfamilyradio.fm, the Holy Family Radio app, or the iCatholic Music app.
That's right. So what we're going to do now is we're going to play the Bishop's Corner program. The Bishop's Corner is a weekly program that is produced by Annunciation Radio for the Diocese of Toledo. It's Bishop Thomas who takes questions from listeners, and you can ask him any question, and he will, he'll attempt to answer them. He will answer them. He attempts to answer all of them that get sent to him, and so you can send an email. We have a form on our website, holyfamilyradio.fm, for you to submit a question to the bishop, and he likes to address his answers to whoever submits that to him. So he usually asks for a first name and your parish so that he knows who he's talking to. And we highly encourage you to do that. So we're going to play that. It's the current episode that was released yesterday. The Bishop's program has been on as long as Catholic Radio has been going on in the Diocese of Toledo, which is 15 years. 15 years. So Bishop Thomas has taken the reins from Bishop Leonard Blair, who was his predecessor. And so now he continues that tradition with the Bishop's Corner program. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. That is the number to call to get your dollars matched right now. Do not forget to take advantage of it. Time is running out on that and our Spirit Drive. We're done at 6. After that, there's no more phone calls. Only online donations. holyfamilyradio.fm. All right. So with that, we're going to wrap up this particular segment. You're listening to the Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio, broadcasting hope and sharing faith for 15 years. Up next is the Bishop's Corner program, and we'll give you an update on our matching fund when we come back. And welcome back, everyone, to the Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio 2025 edition. Holy Family Radio has been broadcasting hope and sharing faith for 15 years now. 15 years that we've been here broadcasting the best in Catholic programming so that we can reach more souls for Christ, the fullness of the truth that's found in Jesus Christ and His church. Our scripture verse that we've been utilizing throughout has been from Romans chapter 12, verse 12. It's rejoice in hope, endure in affliction, and persevere in prayer. That we would be good and well advised to follow that advice, to rejoice in hope, to endure in affliction, and to persevere in prayer. Good advice for all of us today. Holy Family Radio is your local Catholic radio station. It is the one that broadcasts Catholic programming that helps to inspire and educate and edify anyone who happens to tune in and listen to it. And you can listen to us at 88.9 WJTA, that's out of Glandorf and Leipzig, WOHA 94.9 Ada Lima, and then also 90.9 FM WHFO Holy Fostoria, covering the Fostoria and Tiffin listening area. That is our new station. Came on the air in January of 2025, just the beginning of this year, January 2025. And soon, God willing and finances willing, we'll be able to bring Van Wert on the air. That'll be WVWH or WV, I can't remember which, VWWWVH, whatever. I don't have it all in my mind. It's not, whatever.
You will by then.
I will by then. That's 89.7, though, I can tell you that for sure. 89.7 in Van Wert by the end of this year. And so it is only through reaching our goals for this pledge drive that we can do the work that needs to be done and continue to be done. So here's what I can tell you. When we last left you, we had a $5,000 matching donation. But basically what that was is that they would donate up to $5,000 if we could get an additional $5,000 in matching donations by 3 p.m. And that is now 49 minutes away from right now as I speak. So here's what I can tell you is that as of right now, we have donations totaling $3,360 towards that $5,000. That leaves $1,640 available to be matched. So we are coming very, very close. We have both a 3 p.m. deadline and a $5,000 goal. So which is it going to be? Are we going to hit the deadline first, or are we going to hit the goal first? That is the question here on day 3 of the spring. Sorry, not spring. It's our fall spirit drive. It's just a spirit drive. Just happens to be now in the fall, but it feels a little bit like summer outside, right? I don't know. It
does. It's warm.
Okay, I don't get outside, and I looked at my Fitbit watch just a little bit ago, and I have less than 2,000 steps in. So it lets you know, basically, I've been pretty sedentary in this seat all day long. So, but I do it for a good cause. It's a cause I believe in passionately, and so that's important. So here is the number. If you've been waiting for me to tell you that number because you want to take advantage of those matching funds, now is the time to do so, because that phone number is 888, and it's 287, and then 0655. I'll repeat it 2 more times. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. I predict that we'll get 2 more phone calls and 2 more donations online, and by that time we will have reached our goal. That's my prediction. What do you think?
Our 3 o'clock goal to match those funds by 3 o'clock?
Yep, we're going to get at least 4 more donations.
All right. I like it. I'll put my money on that. Yeah.
All right.
Absolutely. So we need to hear that phone ring, 888-287-0655. We've got a little over $1,600 left that has not yet been matched. Mm-hmm. So that means we will lose that $1,600 that a generous donor has offered to give us because it hasn't been matched.
That's right.
So we're looking to you, dear listeners. If you've already made your donation, contact friends, family, fellow parishioners. Tell them They got to get to an additional $1,600 so some matching funds don't go to waste by 3 p.m. We've done great so far. I mean, we've had people step up and make almost $3,400
That's right.
in matching donations, or in funds that will activate
Yes.
matching funds.
That's right.
And so we only have $1,600 left. That means you, dear listener, give us a call, 888-287-0655. We have volunteers ready. The phone lines are open. They are ready to take your pledge. If you can't place a phone call right now, but you are in front of a computer or your phone, just go to holyfamilyradio.fm online, or you can utilize the apps, Holy Family Radio app or the iCatholic Music app, and make your donation there. Either way, it'll count. Stopping into the station and dropping off a check, it'll count. It just has to be here by 3 o'clock to count for the matching funds, and 6 o'clock to hit our 60 by 6 target, $60,000 total for the Spirit Drive by 6 p.m. today. It is the last day. We're rounding the second half of the last lap. Mm-hmm. So we need you to join with us, join the family. Give us a call, 888-287-0655.
That's right. Our 3-day total right now stands at $51,195. That is our new record by over $750 right now. But our goal is $60,000. We need 60 by 6 p.m. $8,805 is what it's going to take. So, if you can, if you would like, if you believe that Holy Family Radio needs to continue doing the good work that we do, if you are a new listener, if you are a new donor, not a new donor, I want new donors. I'm saying as a new listener, if you enjoy the programming that you hear, if you enjoy the music, we've heard that a couple of times from folks who have called in, that they enjoy the music that we have with iCatholic Music. I guarantee you're not going to get an additional, any other Catholic radio station offering a music option like we offer. Mm-hmm. There's nothing like iCatholic Music out there, and there's no other Catholic radio group that does a similar thing. So we are leading, not only just doing the work, but we're leading in terms of what a Catholic media ministry can do from a radio roots perspective, if I can say that. Which basically means that if we could let's put it this way, if I could have 2 radio stations for each of these locations, that I would put music on the other station.
Okay.
So in other words, if I had 2 WJTAs, I'd have one that was regular Catholic program like we have now, and I would put the Catholic music on the other. That they would be partners in being able to attract even more listeners, because more people are attracted to music, and then I can filter messages in that music format that would lead them to go over to the other Catholic radio feed to learn and inspire and get more. I think that would be very attractive. It's kind of like honey. You put honey out to catch more flies or whatever.
Yep.
That's what I think the music really is. And so it's a great way, if there are parents out there and you want your child, your teenager, to listen to better music, iCatholic Music can be a great mechanism to provide that. Download the app on their phone and tell them that that's the kind of music you approve them of listening to.
Yeah, that's a great
Who
idea.
knows? Either way, that phone rang did. The why say lot when few do so much, right? You guys see The Office, right? Why use many word when few do trick? There it is. We had 1 phone call. There's another phone call right there. I predicted 2. I've got 2. Now I need 2 online donations to make it to this goal at 3 o'clock. We have 40 minutes left. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. I was talking about iCatholic Music. I was just now taking a look at our current listeners and where they are from. We're talking Missouri, Hamilton, Ohio, Toronto, Ontario, Houston, Texas is just a sampling of the people in those various locations that are currently listening to iCatholic Music. And the iCatholic Music plays many of the spots that you hear on the air, as far as informational ones, like the Pope ones. I can't remember. There's 2 different Pope ones. I can't think of their names. History of the Popes, or the Pope Artifacts is one. Papal Artifacts is the other one. I do that, and I have Chris Stefanik, real life Catholic. We have those playing on there. So it's not just end to end music. It's got a real sort of format to it that sounds like radio. Okay, something that's just boring. I don't want to say boring. It's not really boring just to have music all the way.
Sometimes the variety piques the interest a little bit more.
Exactly. You need a break from things every once in a while. I know you need a break from us, from doing this for 3 days, but we have until 6 to get our goal. 60 by 6. 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. Online, holyfamilyradio.fm. You can go to our website on a mobile device. You can go on, a laptop, find our website. You can get access to the donate form. Do the same thing through our apps. I highly encourage you to consider downloading and installing our apps to stay connected to us. It has push notifications that we can notify you of special programming or other sorts of events that might be happening in the listening area. It's also a way for you to carry us with you wherever you go, because no matter where you are with your mobile device, if you have a data connection, you can listen to Holy Family Radio. You can listen to iCatholic Music in your vehicle or in your pocket. Either way, you can listen to us. So another good benefit to consider supporting Holy Family Radio. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. The phone lines are now both open. So now is your opportunity to call and get right through at 888-287-0655.
We have exactly 40 minutes left. Oh, it just changed to 39. For us to raise $1,640 that is still available in potential matching funds. Please don't let that money go to waste. Please give us a call or pledge your donation online. Let's make sure that the matching funds that have been offered are utilized to their maximum extent possible to keep broadcasting hope and sharing faith for another year, another 10, another 15 years. We've been doing it for 15 years. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, listeners. Let's keep going. With you, we can do it. Join the family. Become part of the Holy Family Radio family. Give us a call at 888-287-0655. I'll say it again, 888-287-0655. It'll also count toward those matching funds if you want to drop off a check or stop in and say, hey, I just want to pledge my donation now, but I can't send it in until later. That counts too. We just need to record your donation. So you can go on to the online form and record your donation there. You can call and tell us that you'll send it in later, or, hey, send me a letter to remind me to send it in. We're happy to make it as easy for you as we possibly can. But what we need in order to take advantage of the over $1,600 in matching funds still on the table is for you to have your donation recorded. So give us a call, 888-287-0655. We've got 38 minutes left, and it looks like about another 200 have been taken advantage of. That's fantastic. That leaves us real close to 1,400 in terms of what is left. Please, don't let that money go to waste. Go online to holyfamilyradio.fm, go to the Holy Family Radio app, go to the iCatholic Music app, stop into the station, or give us a call at 888-287-0655.
Let me also remind everyone out there that underwriting plays a key role in the income for Holy Family Radio. Underwriters are basically businesses who donate to Holy Family Radio. They play a big part in the support of us. Approximately 20% of our income on an annual basis comes from underwriters. So these businesses, by virtue of their donation to us in appreciation, we air underwriting announcements as a thank you for that. And as a result, that can become tax deductible for you as a business or business owner. So we're always looking for underwriters across the listening area who wish to support Holy Family Radio in that particular capacity. And then we can also serve to help you by casting a wider net to a whole different set of listeners who are very loyal. Once folks start listening to Holy Family Radio, they tend to stay with Holy Family Radio. And they also tend to be a little bit more affluent in that respect as well. So it could be a very attractive demographic for you to appeal to, all by making a donation to Holy Family Radio. So we're also working on being able to provide localized feeds to each of the stations. I'll say that. Right now, everything is simulcast. So the originating feed from this studio here goes to each and every station. So all 3 stations broadcast the exact same stream. If what we would like to be able to do, or maybe what we would like to do is to be able to offer localized streams. So what that means is our programming feed comes in here from EWTN, and then we're able to send out customized breaks for each station. So for example, if we did a community calendar with local events that are happening, we could have a Fostoria area 1 that we would then broadcast only on that station. We could have one that's only for WJTA listening audience, and then one for the WOHA stream. Yes, sir.
A local priest, not to be identified.
An anonymous priest
Okay.
has donated $270.
Very good.
So that will go towards our total as well. Thank you so much to that generous priest.
If a priest can do that at his salary, what can we do at our salaries?
There we go.
That's right. That's what I said earlier with Father Rick. Father Rick says if I can do it, anybody can do it as a retired priest. So therefore, all right, that's a $270 donation from a local priest who says that if a priest can do it, anybody can do it. So therefore, now we have just over $1,100 in matching funds available to you. $1,100 in matching funds available to you, and then we get that full $5,000.
Yeah.
We get that full $5,000 donation.
But
that is huge to get us to our 60 by 6.
It is. It'll really help significantly to get us to our $60,000 goal. It won't get us exactly there, but it gets us really close. It gets us within shouting distance, and we can remain very optimistic that we will get to that $60,000 amount if we can reach that goal by 3 o'clock of matching all of those funds that have been offered to us. There is just a little over $1,100 left of that matching fund, but only 33 minutes left of that matching fund.
That's
it
right.
is not open-ended. That individual is going to come in at 3 o'clock and write a check for whatever it is we have raised by 3 o'clock. And right now, we still have $1,100 to go on that. It's fantastic. We've raised so much. Thank you all.
Mm-hmm.
All of you generous listeners out there who have picked up the phone and called 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. That's the number to call. You can also go online to holyfamilyradio.fm. You can go to the Holy Family Radio app. You can go to the iCatholic Music app. Any of those means will work. We just need to record your donation before 3 p.m. today in order to take full advantage of all the matching funds available. There's still over $1,100 left that can be claimed by you if you decide now's the time to pledge your donation.
Yes. $1,100 left. You can have your donation doubled by calling right now to 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. Remember, we have adoration going on, and we have folks in there praying for the success of this radio fundraising drive. And it's been such an important and key part of the last couple of days. And it's been very edifying for us to know that there are people who basically I see them walk through here, and they're walking in, they're walking out. You know, that's their role. They want to help pray for us, and spending time in adoration is probably the best thing that we can do this side of heaven, because we get a view and glimpse of heaven, and heaven can look back at us and see us there. So Karen Holman was here yesterday late afternoon, and she talked about spending hours in adoration, and really there's nothing better than being able to do that. And so that's what makes us distinctly Catholic, the fact that we have the Eucharist, the source and summit of our faith. I mean, that's everything. That is absolutely everything contained right there, the body, blood, soul, and divinity of our precious Lord Jesus Christ.
It has really blessed us to watch the people come in and out, going to adoration, and just knowing that they're supporting Catholic radio, they're supporting the Spirit Drive, and they're living out their faith in such a beautiful way. It's been a great blessing to us. Hopefully we'll continue that onward for every Spirit Drive in the future. It's been fantastic. 888-287-0655. We do have some thank you gifts to offer to those of you that are new donors, or those of you that are new to being a recurring donor, or those of you who are existing donors but increase your donation by $15 a month, which is the equivalent of $180 a year. And that gift is the latest book by Joe Heschmeyer, The Early Church Was the Catholic Church. He is an up-and-coming apologist, and he does a great job of laying out the history of the early church, as well as arguments that support how it was Catholic. So you'll really want to check this book out. Claim it by calling us at 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. 29 minutes left to claim matching funds of a little over $1,100 on the table.
Right.
We had $5,000 offered, and that person's coming in at 3 o'clock, and we'll write a check for whatever we raised from when they made that offer until 3 p.m. today. And we've already raised close to $3,900, about $38.55.
Exactly, $38.55. Very good, Kim.
I did my math. Wow.
I'm impressed.
I'll be sure to mess it up next time. But there's still a little over $1,100 left for you, dear listener, to claim in making your donation. So if you've already done yours, hey, reach out to friends, family, coworkers, fellow parishioners, neighbors, whatever, and ask them to call now, 888-287-0655.
So I asked for at least, 2 phone calls and 2 online donations, right? Did we get the 2 phone calls?
I think we got the 2 phone calls.
I think we did get 2 phone calls. Well, we've got 1 donation that came online.
Perfect.
Okay, and I am pleased that this donation was offered in honor of John Reinhardt. Okay, so we want to announce that this donation from a listener over from Tiffin, Ohio.
Oh, wonderful.
Made a donation to us in honor of John Reinhardt. Thank you so much. Let's ring the bell for them.
Say that counts as
that
the
counts as 2.
Fostoria
That's
area.
A new donor and a Fostoria area donor.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for your donation. It is it's wonderful to know that you are out there and that you believe and wish to support Holy Family Radio and growing the number of people who listen, and hopefully, and basically welcome more people into the Catholic Church.
Yeah, such a beautiful way to show thanksgiving, honor, appreciation for a person or a cause. And we thank you for that. We thank you that it benefits Catholic radio, keeping a strong Catholic voice on the airways for not only we Catholics, but also for those who, maybe are listening as non-Catholic, as atheists, as questioning, and they are flipping channels, and lo and behold, they fall upon Catholic radio, and it changes their life. We absolutely know of stories like that. We also know of people listening to this station, calling in to some of those national apologetic programs. asking for answers to the questions that they have.
Yeah.
So there's a really palpable example of how Catholic radio is benefiting others, and you already know that it benefits you. You wouldn't be listening if it didn't nourish your faith life. Won't you help to ensure that it continues into the future, that the signal grows broader and stronger throughout Northwest Ohio and beyond? 888-287-0655.
So I want to remind everyone that donation that was made online just now from the Tiffin area, from a listener over in the Tiffin area, was doubled with this matching donation, right? So therefore, we just have over $1,000 left to make this matching fund to receive an additional $5,000, the full amount that they had pledged. We will receive, if we can get another $1,000 in the next 26 minutes. 26 minutes is all that we have left in that, so we certainly welcome anyone right now to call 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655.
We just need to record your donation by 3 p.m. We don't have to have received your donation by 3 p.m. We need to record your donation by 3 p.m. So, that means calling and making your pledge, stopping in the studio and making your pledge online on holyfamilyradio.fm or on the Holy Family Radio app.
Mm-hmm.
If the phone just rang, that's fantastic. Whew, words are hard. We have other phone lines available for you to call right now. 888-287-0655.
Right. With that new donor to Holy Family Radio, we're now up to 11 new donors.
Wonderful.
11 new donors, which is a very good total for us, by the way. It's our record. I should go back and look at our record. I don't recall it right at this moment, but I can tell you that having an additional new donors means that there are an X number of additional listeners. So I've heard before that the rule of thumb is like for every donor you have, it's like it represents 100 listeners.
Wow.
So 1% or so. Maybe it's a little bit higher than that. But if you think about all the people that might fit in a room and how many people might be motivated to donate, to something like a Catholic radio station, the percentage is very small. So every new donor represents an additional a certain number of additional listeners. And now that doesn't mean they're all listening all at the same time, but it does mean that the number of listeners in total over, let's say, a 24-hour period or a weekly period is much, much larger. So the fact that we have at least 11 new donors, that might represent another 1,000 or more listeners for Holy Family Radio. That's huge. That's important. That's important because not only because of our efforts to promote the station, but also because of all the people, you listeners out there, are also promoting the station. So that we hope that not only you're not keeping it to yourself necessarily, that you enjoy listening to Catholic radio, but that you also want others to also enjoy it as well. So I'm going to, for all these new listeners, especially in the Tiffin area, I'm going to send you, in addition to a little thank you note, I'm also going to send you some window clings so that you can put those on your vehicle or on your refrigerator out in the garage or what other public area you might have that folks can see those, the radio station and promote it. We put some yard signs out back in the springtime, I believe, around the area there to let folks know about us, the new station. So hopefully that is slowly bearing fruit. And so far, I think it has. We had a big stretch goal to reach 25 new listeners.
Yeah.
New donors, sorry, over there
from that
Fostoria.
area. Yeah.
But I think we're doing pretty well. So now, what should we announce now, Kim?
We have had some fantastic donations come in just in the last few minutes here. So we are down to only $245 left of that $5,000 matching fund.
Amazing.
I'm just humbled and amazed and excited that everybody is stepping up the way they are to make sure that these generous matching funds don't go to waste. We have another, I can't read the time on my computer, Deacon Jeff, but I think
We
it's
have
22
20 minutes.
20 minutes
20 minutes.
to raise the remaining $245 left of the matching funds offered to us that must be raised by 3 o'clock today, because that person's coming in at 3 o'clock and they're going to write a check for whatever we raised
Right.
by 3 o'clock today. So we need $245 in the next 20 minutes to meet that goal, and then we will be very, very close to hitting our 60 by 60,000 total by 6 p.m.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Right now, the total stands at 52,590. That does not include this matching donation that we can't record until we actually get it at 3 o'clock. So we are getting very, very close to meeting our ultimate goal here today. 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. Remember, you can go online to holyfamilyradio.fm. That's FM as in radio. I had to choose a special little prefix or postfix or whatever that is, domain name, in order to differentiate ourselves from other Holy Family radios. There's holyfamilyradio.net. There's holyfamilyradio.com. There's Holy Family Radio, probably edu or something like that, or .org, yes. But so I chose holyfamilyradio.fm because that should be easy to remember.
Yeah.
It is radio. It's holyfamilyradio.fm. So it costs a little more, by the way. So sorry to maybe not be great stewards of your donations to spend maybe an extra $50 a year for that that particular domain name, but it works and people remember it, and that's what it's all about. So 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. I think all it's going to take is one more phone call and one more online donation, and we'll get that covered. And then we could welcome in the next set of guests that we have in the studio, which at the 3 o'clock hour is going to be Angie Kuhlman and Adam Schnipke. They are here to represent the Christ the King Center, which is a proposed retreat center here locally. And so we're going to ask them some questions and have them share about that with us. And by the way, let me go back and talk about and recall that new donor that we just had, that new donor is going to receive a free copy of our book, not our book, but the book from Joe Heschmeyer, which is The Early Church Was the Catholic Church. Great book from Catholic Answers. Should be a great resource. I can't wait to read it myself when I get done a little bit of time from talking so much. I certainly have used up all of my words for this week.
We both have, without a doubt. We apologize to our families that we don't have much left over when we get home in the evenings. But that's your way of giving, is by accepting that we have so little left in us when we get home at night, and it's a labor of love for us, and we thank you for your support. And listeners, we thank you for your support. We have 18 minutes left. Oh my goodness, it looks like we hit it.
It looks like we hit it.
Yep, it looks like something just came in, and we actually hit the goal before 3 o'clock. So, wow, that's really exciting.
Let's ring the bell.
Let's ring the
let's
bell.
Ring
in
the bell in
celebration.
excitement. You know, in the past, I had little sounders. Remember that? I used to have the angels or the hallelujah chorus. And
I miss those. You had
know,
a year that you really played those, and they were a lot of fun. So you got to put that on your wish list for next year's drive or something. But it looks like we have received enough to top us over that $5,000 matching fund amount. And so that means that when that anonymous donor comes in at 3 o'clock, he or she will be writing their check for the full $5,000 that was offered in matching funds. Thank you to that donor. Thank you to all of you listeners that stepped up and helped us reach that goal. That means that now we are very focused. We're grateful, but we're very focused on the fact that we want to hit our $60,000 goal by 6 p.m. So we'll probably be turning a lot of our attention towards that. But we're going to be very close once we're able to enter in the matching funds from that anonymous donor. By the way, we said we couldn't enter that until we got it, and that doesn't apply to the rest of you. It only applied to this individual who we didn't know exactly how much it was going to be. So now we can enter that $5,000 from that individual because we know what the amount is going to be. We're excited. We're having a great Spirit Drive and a great Friday of the Spirit Drive, which does tend to be our best day. We're gunning towards 60,000 by 6 p.m. Won't you join with us and add your donation to that mix to continue to keep the beautiful voice of Catholic radio available in Northwest Ohio?
I found the sounds.
You did.
I did. I found the sounds.
Let's hear one or two of them.
Okay, here we go. Let's do the apostle sound effect. That is so much fun.
Yes, it is. It is. Thank you for finding that, Deacon Jeff. I appreciate it. It was perfect sound bite. Is that what we call it? A sound bite?
Yeah, a little sound effect.
Sound snippet to celebrate the fact that we were able to reach $5,000 in matching funds by 3 p.m. And the donations are continuing to pour in. It looks like some people are stopping into the station and making their donations. And our volunteer staff is working hard to enter the donations as we go. But as it stands right now, listeners, we are at $53,200. $53,200 of our $60,000 goal. We have some other goals as well for apostles. We blew that goal out of the water. We were hoping for 12 apostles. Last count, we had 20. And so maybe, God willing, well, we know we'll have at least another one.
Yes, that's right.
Because of that 5,000. So really, we're kind of at 21. And we made a soft revision of that to maybe hoping we could get 24 in honor of the 24 elders in Revelation.
Yes.
So maybe we'll get there. But regardless, we certainly have an astounding number of apostles this year, and we feel a great sense of joy and excitement over that. The new donors haven't been quite what we hoped. We set a really lofty goal, though.
We did. Oh
we
my gosh,
wanted
we
45 new donors, and it's not over yet. You know, we'll get some more, but we're probably not going to get 45. I don't know. I hate to be a pessimist. I really am a glass is half full person. I don't know. Maybe we'll get phone bombed here at the end, or and that'd be great. But I don't know what the count is on new donors, but we're definitely not close to hitting that.
It's 11 right now.
11 new donors right now.
Yep.
Hoping for 25 from the Tiffin Fostoria area. I know we've had one or two of those areas today, or one or two from those areas today. So we're doing great, but we couldn't be doing it without you listeners. 888-287-0655. That is the number to call to pledge your support to Holy Family Radio. It is almost the last 3 hours of the last day of our 3-day Spirit Drive. We are rolling up on 3 o'clock fast and furious. We're going to be bringing some guests in studio, so it'll be a little more difficult to keep you updated so current rapid time.
Right.
Because we want to talk to the guests and hear what they have to say, and you want to listen to them too. We've got some great guests coming in. We've got some folks from the Christ the King Center that are going to be with us in just a few minutes here. And then we've got Sarah Haney, who does statue painting of religious statues. So excited to talk with both of these guests coming up in our next few hours. But we won't be able to keep you as updated minute by minute as the tracking sheet gives us the updates on the pledge drive here.
That's right.
On the Spirit Drive.
Yeah, just to give some folks some perspectives from the number of new donors. If I look back to last year, we just had 7 new donors last year. Year before that was 9. Year before that was 8. So having 11 this year is actually a pretty good deal, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm happy with that.
That's great.
I'd be happier with more, but that I'm fine with whatever. Like
it's still a great year.
Yeah, it's still a great year. My goodness, we're looking for a goal that was 20% more than our previous high.
Our total financial.
Yeah,
goal.
our total financial outcome for this, the 60 by 6. So, I mean, we're well on our way to achieving that. And that's all thanks to you folks out there for responding to our call to support Holy Family Radio today. This is our Spirit Drive. It's day 3. We're in the tail end of wrapping up this 33 hours of broadcasting live here from the studio. It's a joy, and we've been broadcasting hope and sharing faith for 15 years. Kim and I have been doing this together for, I can't remember, I think last year was 10, so this year might be 11.
I have to take your word for it. I have no idea when I started.
I don't either, but either way, I can remember, and I thank you so much for stepping up each and every year since then. I mean, you filled in a pinch there that first time because I had not much other options besides myself, but no, you've been such a great addition to this. It's just amazing. So
I'm happy to give your voice a break. Just a few minutes of the day. Every day, because it's a lot and you wear a lot of hats, and I'm really glad we have Chris this year to help manage the social media side of things.
Yeah.
Because that had really gotten to be a lot. So
yeah.
it takes a team, and we've got a great team.
Yeah, we do, and he's done such an amazing job doing social media posts throughout and managing the cameras. So I was happy to manage the cameras in the live stream, but to also then do all the photos and all the little videos and also all the posts. It was just amazing. So I want to give a big shout out to Chris and a big thanks to him. He's over there talking to Elton right now, so you can't hear me. So he might be a little bit embarrassed by all the accolades perhaps, but it's everything I could have asked for this. So hopefully he would come back for us the next time. And
pray for it, listeners. Yeah, pray that he's able and willing to do that.
Absolutely.
That would be a blessing.
Absolutely. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. That is the phone number to call. We've got folks here in the studio. We've got folks over there praying before the Blessed Sacrament. And so we have an update.
We have an update.
All right, what is that update?
We're going to meet our $5,000 matcher. We just received another $1,000 matching that goes on until 6 p.m.
Oh, great.
All right.
Another anonymous donor has just agreed to match it. Okay, just another anonymous donor.
A little closer.
Another anonymous donor has come forward with another matching amount of $1,000 that will extend till 6 o'clock this evening. We will have reached our $5,000 match, so this is another $1,000 match. So keep those donations come pouring in.
Wonderful.
Wonderful. Thank you, Elton. All right. What great news. What great news. Another anonymous matching fund of $1,000 open until 6 p.m.
Yeah.
And so we met the $5,000 matching goal we had by 3 p.m. And now it looks like somebody has come forward to offer another $1,000 to incentivize and encourage those of you, maybe you're tied to the school system and you didn't know this was going on and you're just getting out of school. Maybe you're a student, you're a teacher, you're an administrator, you're just getting out of school, you're getting in your car and you're like, what are they talking about? We had a great matching fund made available for about 4 hours today of $5,000, and it was time bound. It had to be done by 3 p.m. We just met it just moments ago. And right after we met it, somebody else came forward and offered another $1,000 in matching funds. So we know from experience that encourages, it motivates, it drives the donations. It drives the pledges. So we're excited to have another $1,000 on the table. Give us a call right now, 888-287-0655. I'll say it again, 888-287-0655.
Now, we mentioned that things get a little busy here in the afternoon on the last day, and I can tell you that the phones are now ringing. I had asked for, 2 phone calls, and then for 2 more online donations. We're getting a lot more phone calls right now, so we're very pleased with that. So keep them ringing. Keep them ringing, and keep your donations coming, because we want to exceed this if we can. And yes, sir.
Jeff, I just want to also say that matching new fund is from a new listener from our new listening area in Fostoria.
All right.
So 3 bells.
3 bells.
Celebration.
Celebration time. That's
Cue
right.
up there our
Oh,
Alleluia
oh,
chorus.
that's right.
There,
Hold up.
Deacon
What am
Jeff.
I doing?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Find that Alleluia chorus and let's. That was great.
That was great. That was great. So, hey, see, now I also have all these other sort of fun sound effects. So here, call now. And call 888-287-0655. I think there's one phone line available right now. 888-287. Oh, they're both busy. All right. If you get a busy signal, folks, call back. Call back in a couple of minutes, and I'm sure we'll be able to answer those phone calls, and we'll keep things updated as we go through here. We are currently standing. It's not 3 o'clock yet, so we don't have that check written yet, and we can't record it. But we stand at $53,650, a scant $6,350 away from our $60,000 goal.
It's so exciting.
It is. I got to take a breath. Take a pause here.
This is the most exciting part of the Spirit Drive always. These last 3 hours of day 3 of our 3-day drive. It is it's action time. It's go time. It's busy out in the what do we call that out there? It's not the green rooms per se.
It's in
lobby,
the common area.
the common area, the lobby where you enter into the station, where the volunteers are and where the lovers of Catholic radio are, watching these numbers come in, watching the total go up. We're all excited. Give us a call and participate in the joy of Catholic radio. 888-287-0655. We're 100% listener supported. We can't do it without our listeners and our underwriters. 888-287-0655 is that phone number.
Yeah, we should go to break here soon so
Okay.
that we can get our guests at the 3 o'clock hour here into the studio, and also so I can figure out where we are in terms of that matching fund that just came in, because I'm not exactly sure where we are, because lots of stuff is happening right now in the studio. So I want to be able to kind of keep proper track of everything. So
And it's the top of the hour. We need to take our break for station identification.
anyway,
Get
yes.
our guests in here. All right, so we're going to go to break, listeners. You are listening to Holy Family Radio Spirit Drive. Give us a call during the break, 888-287-0655, and support broadcasting hope and sharing faith on your Catholic radio station. We'll talk to you.
And welcome back to the Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio. We are now in the 3 o'clock hour, so we just have we have 3 hours left in this entire Spirit Drive. So we've gone 30 hours of live radio, and we're ready for the last 3 here for the Spirit Drive. Thank you so much for joining us so far. It has been a wonderful and a blessed time here with the Spirit Drive. I want to thank you so much for listening in and donating if you've been so moved to do so. Offer you our thanks and gratitude for being able to join us in this mission that we call Holy Family Radio. Things have gotten pretty crazy here, as is typically done on the last day. I'm not sure why folks wait to the last day, but they do, and makes it a lot of fun in many ways.
It does make for an exciting afternoon.
It does. It does make for an exciting afternoon, especially when we're tired. This energizes us for sure. So I want to mention that we did make our $5,000 match donation. So we're expecting that check to be written here soon, so I can put that into our totals. I can tell you that it was announced there was another $1,000 donation. That means there's another apostle. So that means that we now have 21 official apostles that have been recorded. So let me give you that sound effect.
And we'll have another one once we record that $5,000 donation.
Exactly right. Exactly right. So we have a $1,000 matching fund, of which we have received $305. So basically $300 of that $1,000 has been matched. So there is $700 left to claim for that matching fund. All right. So $700. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. Y'all can also go online to our website, holyfamilyradio.fm, holyfamilyradio.fm. So we need to get our guests in here.
I was going to ask you if you wanted me to step out and get them, or do you want to take a break?
Why don't you do that? I'll kind of update some things in here, but I can tell you, without our $5,000 matching amount from before, we currently stand at $55,455. So I'm just going to type in and put in that matching donation right here, right now, just so we know where we are. And that takes our total, folks, to $60,455. $455 over our total. Absolutely amazing. When we sat as a group and talked about what sort of a goal we should shoot for this year, I typically say we just want $1 more than we got the year before. That's all that we needed, and that's all that I could ever ask for. So we talked about it. We said, you know what, we got a new station out there, and we spent some money for that. We should really stretch ourselves, and let's go for 60,000. Not just a 10% increase, but a 20% increase. Why not try for that? So that's what we did in prayer and in collaboration with each other. We set that goal, and by golly, we have achieved it. $60,455. $455 over a goal. So now the only question is, how far over are we going to go? We want to keep on going. That's right. Let's set that bar high. Let's set that bar high so that we can continue to build more radio stations. Well, first off, we have to finish Van Wert. Need to finish that up by the end of November to be able to enjoy another listening area and encounter a whole nother group of Catholic radio listeners. So this is the Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio 2025 edition, broadcasting hope and sharing faith for 15 years. It is an amazing opportunity to be able to sit here along with Kim, to be able to ask you to offer us your best gift to keep Holy Family Radio on the air. So 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. 65655.
We're humbled. We're excited that you have stood up with us, that you have accepted that little, listen to that little voice that says, hey, I think this is something that I should support. I think that Catholic radio in Northwest Ohio is important, and I want it to continue into the future. So thank you, thank you, thank you from the bottom of our hearts and from everybody here at the station. That number to call to keep raising that total for this year is 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. You can also go to holyfamilyradio.fm or to the Holy Family Radio app to pledge your donation there. With that, we are excited to welcome in studio here our guests for this hour. We have some, I think they're both board members, not if I'm correct. Yes, both board members with the Christ the King Center here in the greater Glandorf area. Welcome to the show here, Angie Kuhlman and Adam Schnipke.
Thanks, Kim. Good to be here.
Tell us a little bit, for those who don't know, what is the Christ the King Center?
You want to start?
So I'll start off with the fact that it's going to be a retreat center that it will really be a destination of spiritual reflection, engagement, and growth, regardless of where you're at on your faith journey.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Great. Yeah, right here, hopefully, eventually in Glandorf here. So just a great place for people to disconnect from the busy lives that we all have now and grow closer to Christ and, inspire them to become saints in the making.
Yeah. So
give
somewhat
us the opportunity to go beyond, our hour that we dedicate in Mass every week, to go beyond and, a place that's not just for adults, but an entire family or, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
With the vision for the Christ the King Center, what sorts of things will it have that you hope will help inspire people and help them deepen their faith?
So it will have rooms, I believe 25 rooms available to do overnight weekend retreats. We're hoping to have the Do Good as part of that, a chapel, a lot of outdoor areas that maybe you can't get away for a full weekend retreat, but you might be able to spend an hour maybe saying your rosary out, close to the pond or in an area that, you feel like is very peaceful and serene. That's something that, I think a lot of people would find valuable with Christ the King Center.
Yeah, I guess I would just add that there'd be like a Sea of Galilee, a larger pond that would be in the shape of the Sea of Galilee, and around that would be different visions and stories from the Bible, different miracles that Jesus worked, and just a way to kind of grow closer and learn more about the Sea of Galilee for those of us who haven't been to the Holy Land maybe, or just want to learn more about the biblical aspect. I think another thing that I don't believe we touched on is potentially some hermitage cabins. So like individual cabins along the Blanchard River. It's in the back part of the property. Just be nice individual cabins for priests and deacons or whoever to take a silent retreat for a long weekend or something of that nature.
That's one need that Christ the King Center would fill for the religious in our diocese. There's a lot of retreat centers that have either closed down over the years, or they've taken away the option of having the retreats there. They've really raised their fees to where it's very costly for the priests to do that. And we've had priests reach out to Christ the King Center saying that this is something that they could actually really use and would really utilize.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Bishop Thomas also, by the way, has endorsed the project. He would like to see it happen. He says there's definitely a need for this in the Diocese of Toledo. So, like Angie had mentioned, a lot of the other retreat centers have since closed for various reasons. So, it'd be something we could provide for the diocese as well.
Adam, maybe you could tell us first, and then we'll move on to Angie. But how did you get involved?
That's a good question. As I know, Mike Carf was in here yesterday, and like he said, everything happens for a reason. God's a plan for all of us and everything we do, and I think it was a series of events that kind of led me to this point. But I received a random phone call from Deacon Don a couple years ago, and he was the first one that reached out to me. And again, everything happens for a reason, right? So I've always been very involved with my community and a lot of different things in the community, I guess, to the point where raising a young family, maybe I was getting too involved with stuff and was spreading myself a little too thin. And so my wife and I had a discussion at one point that, maybe you need to lay off of some of these boards and not be so involved with everything and make more time for our family and stuff. And so I did, and got off of some of these volunteer boards and freed up time in my schedule. And then I received the phone call from Deacon Don. And so we talked about it. We prayed on it for quite a while. And I finally got back with him and said, I think this was the reason why God was freeing up this time in my life, is so I could help serve this mission. So I'm very humbled to be on the board.
That's wonderful. And how about you, Angie? How did you get involved?
I had talked with Elton when I first heard about Christ the King, and had mentioned, hey, I think this is not just a really great option for people to grow in their faith who, are from Glandorf, but, the surrounding community. I'd love to be able to help out, whether it's, filling envelopes, helping you with, Facebook posts, things like that, anywhere that you might need help. And I didn't realize that was going to result in, him reaching out saying, hey, we're looking for some younger board members. And when he asked, I can't say no, and, you get that call. It's, if you have the ability to be able to help people grow closer to God, I feel like you can't say no to that. and was really excited about having a retreat center locally because, I've been lucky enough to be able to visit multiple retreat centers, but specifically Our Lady of Consolation in Cary. When I was undergoing cancer treatments, I would stop in there regularly, and then being able to visit the Sorrowful Mother Shrine in Bellevue, or Maria Stein, the Holy Relic Shrine there, and just knowing what kind of a place and a setting that provides the people in that area, thinking how nice would that be to have locally. And like I said, can't always get away for a weekend retreat, but you know what? You might be able to come for an hour. You might be able to bring your family for a picnic lunch, and to have that opportunity to be able to do that, I think is just really valuable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that the fact that there isn't much of a option in the diocese even for a retreat center of a decent size, because we had a couple of deacon candidates in here, and they had their canonical retreat at Maria Stein outside of the diocese, right? And that's a long way to travel, and you'd want to be able to, form your own clergy within the confines of your own diocese. So I can see that Christ the King Center could be a tremendous asset, not only for the diocese, but also for the local area in many ways, because there's really nothing like it that's nearby. So I'm trying to think of, so how did this all start to come about? The Christ the King Center, maybe some folks have heard of it. I know they've had information sessions. They've done a number of other things to get things off the ground. But do you have a little bit of a story or background you might want to share?
I guess I can start, and you can plug in any details. The story that I'm recollecting, I guess, is that Elton and Jeanette Schrader, who are voluntarily going to offer to give up their 18 acres and their property for this retreat center if it's to happen. Elton was undergoing some severe back problems to the point where he was nearly paralyzed, and he had to have some major surgeries. And one day in adoration, if my memory serves me correctly, he kind of received a vision. He was praying to Saint Rita, who's the saint of the patron saint of the impossible, and was asking for some healing with his back and stuff, and kind of received this vision that he's to donate his time and his talent and his treasure to a project of this sort. So I don't know if there's exactly a 100% clear vision that it had to be a retreat center, but it was, he's been blessed all these years and being asked to use his talents from his previous occupation to kind of put this together. So
Mhm.
And that's kind of how his Rosary Pond came about also, was during that time. And that is open to, everybody in the community to use right now, where his pond has each stepping stone is, part of the rosary and has, benches and, the different mysteries listed on the placards out there. And it's a really nice area. And I encourage everybody to be able to go out and use that.
Thank you. That's very helpful, and I'm sure people, if they haven't used it already, would get a lot of benefit from that. What sort of things do you have going on? Like, where is the project now?
I think right now we're still in the hurry up and wait stage.
I would
if I-
say our goal right now is just to help more people understand what Christ the King Center is and what it's not. I've heard a lot of different things where people have an idea of what it is or what it's not. And I guess my hope is that people themselves maybe, get in your car and go drive to one of the local retreat centers in Bellevue and Cary and Maria Stein and see what it is and see what it could offer the Glandorf community, because they're beautiful places. They're very quiet. They're very peaceful, especially, when I've been to them during the day. Not a lot of people in and out, not a lot of hustle and bustle, but they do have some, weekend retreats where it is busier. But for the most part, these places are very peaceful. They're very nature-esque, very serene settings that I think if people understood exactly what a retreat center is and what it offers, might be more open to the idea. So I think right now what we're trying to do is just really be able to, share what our vision is, what our goal is, and what we want to provide with Christ the King Center.
Yeah, provide some clarity and maybe put out some rumors that are out, as far as what it would provide and what it is. So
Now, you mentioned almost in passing there that it would have a Do Good restaurant there.
That's our hope. Karen Homan is one of the board members on Christ the King, and she is really in touch with the Holy Spirit and has really felt that Glandorf is the place that she feels the next Do Good restaurant should be.
Mm.
yeah, you guys had her on yesterday. And
We
when
did,
Karen
yeah.
speaks, people listen. I mean, she's quite an amazing person to be
Very
around.
inspirational.
Yes.
Yes, she is. Listeners, if you missed that yesterday, you can find it on our YouTube channel and watch it. But it was it was kind of spellbinding. We were joking later that was probably the longest guest we've had with the fewest questions asked, because we just kind of turned on her mic and let her tell her story. And it was amazing. So I would encourage you to go listen to that if you missed it yesterday. It's
Yeah,
on
and
our
she
YouTube.
mentioned too on the air yesterday, $3 million in the last 6 years it's been donated back to families in need, with the tip money that they raised.
Yeah.
It's pretty incredible. And so what more could you ask for a community, a restaurant
All right.
like that right here in Glandorf would be incredible. So
It sure would, yeah, and think of the benefit to the whole surrounding community.
Yes,
so, yeah,
absolutely.
that would be phenomenal. Yeah, yeah. So what sort of, you've alluded to it, but what sort of challenges have you been facing that you're comfortable sharing with us at least?
So I'll go back several years ago. I was at a retreat actually here, a welcome retreat in this very building. And some of the gentlemen here from Glandorf that I got to know and got to be friends with, that's when I first heard about the retreat center, and one of them told me about some of the maybe public pushback in the area. And I think, as we kind of alluded to before, a lot of it's just rumors, that just need kind of clarified. But I was just shocked at the time when he told me that maybe some people in the area just aren't in favor for a retreat center, and that's, I don't want to get into specifically some of the
No.
public pushback, but there has been some pushback. And
So you encountered some of that.
correct.
Would
yeah.
you like to clarify, on the air? You said there's rumors or misinformation. Would you like to set the record straight as to what it is, or if there's a rumor about something? I just want to provide that opportunity to you.
Sure. I guess I know one of them I heard was that it was going to be set up for like prison ministry, and they're going to be housing prisoners there, and that's very much not true. What was some of the other ones? There's stuff along that line, I guess.
I know a lot
where there's
of
going to be a lot of maybe violence and like dangerous people that would be housing there, and that's definitely not true.
yeah, a lot of the comments that I have heard have been more around the traffic or, not wanting this right in town. I mean, when you go to Maria Stein, it's lined up right next to their city park, and it's a beautiful setting that really they complement each other. And, the traffic, if you go to these retreat centers, like I said, I go and there might be 5 cars in the parking lot. There's it's not a ton of people. I mean, yes, we hope there's a lot more people that come, right? But overall, unless they're having, a big, some sort of a meeting or big retreat weekend, there's not a lot of traffic in and out of these places. So I feel like if people would go and check it out on their own, they would really see that it's probably a little bit more of a fear than it would be a reality.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's very slow, steady traffic. Like a lot of times a weekend retreat, they might be coming in on a Friday evening, and you're talking 30, 40 cars maybe or something like that. And then they leave on a Sunday afternoon. It's not a big traffic concern.
And I think, the outreach that you would be doing to bringing people into the community. These are people who you want coming into your community, right? They're people who are not just going to be here for the retreat, but they're going to take a walk. They're going to maybe stop and get a coffee or an ice cream. Like, these are people that, it's going to be a good thing for the community, I think, overall.
Right. So, Angie, you talked about how when you were going through treatment and going through some difficult times that visiting a retreat center or visiting some property that was like that, what did that actually do for you? What did they have to offer you that other people who may not be familiar with it, they might be able to acquire for themselves?
So I think part of it is taking yourself to a place that's, quiet. The serenity and the peacefulness of the retreat center is probably one of the most important things. But just being able to, get yourself out of your normal routine and away from all the busyness of life, and, with undergoing, the treatments, it was really, taxing physically, mentally, and to be able to, just have that time or that special place where when I was going to treatment or coming back, and a few times I had a friend who was also undergoing radiation treatments who would travel with me, and we would stop at Cary, and it was just kind of our time to, ask God for his help and his assistance in curing our disease, but then also to be thankful for, successful treatment and that sort of thing. So I just found it to be a very vital part of my healing.
That's good. That's good for people to hear, because sometimes we don't always think about the fact that stepping away from the ordinary part of our lives into an environment that is peaceful and serene and offers the ability to reflect and pray, right? Beyond the church, you can always go to any church, right? And pretty much get the same thing, but this tends to be something different, something that's set apart in a way that has a beauty to it, right? And I think that's one of the key things that I've gotten going to various places like that is you walk in and you visit, and it's just like, oh, let's go wander over here and see what's over here and look at various things and reflect, and you pray, and it offers something that you really can't get anywhere else, right? I mean, that's the way I would characterize it for myself, really.
I would agree. The retreats that I've been to, it's hard to describe to someone who hasn't been to a retreat.
Mm-hmm.
But between disconnecting, a lot of times you put away your cell phone for 1, 2, 3 days, however long it is, and just that alone takes a lot of weight off your shoulder, right? Just to get rid of that cell phone just for a few days.
Yeah.
And you know what? The world still spins without us. I mean, without us having our phone on us, the world still spins. But, just disconnecting, But then any retreat I've ever been on always has opportunities for reconciliation, for adoration. And with those sacraments, I feel just the immense power of the Holy Spirit. And anytime you're at a retreat, again, if you haven't done one, it's hard to imagine. It's hard to describe, I guess. But just the combination of all of that stuff, I don't think you can get anywhere else.
And I don't think it's just the person who goes on the retreat that benefits from doing a retreat. Oftentimes, it's their spouse, it's their kids, it's people they work with, it's the community. They leave those retreats with a much more of a sense of peace and maybe better understanding of, maybe the difficulties in life that they're encountering or whatever that may be. It's usually much more beneficial for those around that person than even just that person.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. I've taken my family to the Sorrowful Mother Shrine in Bellevue, not having been there before, and you just go and you discover, and you say, "Oh, there's the stations. Let's walk the stations." You learn about the life of Christ, and various other things that it's to be able to do that and have an authentically Catholic experience is, I think, really important. Right? It's really, really important. It's important for our kids and families to be able to have an opportunity to have a different type of encounter, because I guess there's a couple of different things with something like Christ the King. You have the idea of retreat, which means I'm going to do something where I'm going to be staying and I'm going to be getting something. And the other part is perhaps the tourist sort of thing, right? To be able to go and visit something and encounter something different, right? Because something like the Sea of Galilee, I think you mentioned, right? That's not like a retreat thing, is it? No, it's you're visiting sort of a destination that is somewhat like going on pilgrimage in many ways, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Yep. And with the do good, hopefully, Karen mentioned yesterday in her talk, there are many good people out there, but they're not going to my church, right? But if you entice them with a meal or something like that, they're more likely to come and do something like that. So that's kind of maybe a way to get their foot in the door a little bit, and then when they get there, they see the beauty of this facility and maybe get curious and then want to do a retreat themselves or something to that nature. I think Bishop Thomas even mentioned it as kind of a door opener of the next steps for people in their faith journey,
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, people connect with God in different ways. And, sometimes those outdoor experience, not that it's all outdoor, but you've mentioned some outdoor, the Rosary Pond and the Sea of Galilee and things like that, and some of the stuff that you just mentioned, Deacon Jeff, as well. Sometimes people just really connect in those settings in a way that is wonderful as an indoor or a church experience might be. It's just a special and different in that way. Maybe they feel closer to God because they're in, his created environment, so to speak.
I think especially when you think about kids and trying to help them grow in their faith, to have a setting like Christ the King would really almost make that easier and more able to, do that in a nature-esque outdoor area, whether it's saying the rosary, whether you're taking your family fishing, whether, you're doing a picnic lunch. Those are all things where you're going to be in a setting that's, very spiritual, and they're going to get more benefit out of that than, maybe just talking about it at home, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Makes it
all
very
of our
real.
confirmation students, right? They all are required to do a retreat. So that'd be another opportunity, nice and close.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, even a lot of ours go down to the Damascus Youth Camp.
Yeah.
For that, but they have a lot of those elements, for the youth that we were just talking about.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, it sounds like you're doing some great work there. What? How can people support, or first of all, how can people find out more information if they're like, well, this sounds really intriguing, I want to learn more? How can they do that?
So we do have a family prayer day coming up on Sunday, September 28th. It starts at 2:00 in the afternoon, and it will go through dusk. They're going to have a lot of activities for people of all ages. They're going to have a fishing derby, Bible bingo, face painting, chalk drawing. They're going to have an outdoor mass at 4 p.m. So great place to bring families and have mass. They're going to have dinner available at 5 o'clock and family rosary after that around the rosary pond. So lots of ways to come out that day to find out more about it. There'll be information and some different posters set up that will give more information around that.
And I think if you come out, if you've never been to the property, it just gives you a really good visual of, you know, the placement in terms of the parish cemetery and the parish, the church, of course. It kind of can help put a little bit of a vision, I guess. And on the website, our website is www.christthekingcenter.org. There's a lot of the digital renderings of what the facility would look like on the website. But I think if you get out there in person and you can look at the renderings, you can really picture how this is all going to flow and go together. And then we also have a Facebook page.
Yes. Yep.
Christ the King Center Facebook page here. So
Great. And if people want to support you, I mean, how can they best support you? Is that financial? Is that prayer? Is that getting involved? Is it how you tell us?
I would say definitely prayer, financial support, and down the road will be very important. And of course, volunteering will be very important. So there's definitely a lot of opportunities to support.
I would say at this point in the game is prayer and just being informed and helping inform others. I think the financial part and the volunteering will come down the road, but we're not quite there right now, I don't think.
So it seems like at this point it's kind of a grassroots effort in a way to kind of get the word out, to try to provide a positive word of mouth, I think, right? To be able to to make it, to overcome, I guess, whatever obstacles that you're facing right now, right?
Yeah,
Yep,
correct.
absolutely.
And I guess another thing to point out, which I didn't mention before, is, I'm from Ottoville, so I'm 20 minutes away from here. I don't hear a lot of the rumors and stuff going on. In fact, a lot of people from my community aren't really aware of the project at all, So a lot of what I'm hearing is just hearsay from other people on the board and people in the community. And I don't know if you can probably say the same. You have more Glenville roots, I guess.
I'm from Miller City, and in my area, I have a lot of people that I know who are very excited about this project, and have come and listened to some of the different speakers that we've had at the prayer days, and listened to Karen last night. But I don't hear a lot of the negative feedback about it. Most people are very excited about having this opportunity much closer to home and not having to travel hours to be able to go to a retreat center. So, but I think maybe in this area, maybe there's people who do have some fear and hesitation about it.
Sure.
Yeah.
People are often naturally worried about change.
Correct,
Absolutely.
So that's a natural thing, but it sounds like you guys are doing what you can to answer the questions and assuage any fears, and that's all anybody can do.
Yeah. So I guess we'd ask folks to pray for the Christ the King Center, that it might be able to continue and move forward, because I think, like you say, most people are very they want to see it happen. They think it'd be a very good thing, and if you have an experience with going to various shrines or retreat centers, you know exactly what it is, what it will be. And I'm excited about it myself personally, and would love to see this project happen. So it's going to be through God's will and through prayer that we work together through word of mouth to spread the word and all that about Christ the King Center. And I think they have T-shirts too, don't they? I think I've seen people wearing T-shirts, right?
They do have T-shirts and hats available.
All right, I'd like one of those. Maybe I have to come to that family day on the 28th, right?
Yes,
To
they
get
will be
myself a
available
shirt.
there.
All right, perfect.
Any of our events, we've been promoting the merchandise and allowing people to order. I think on Facebook they can order as well, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, I'll have to check that out. Get my own shirt, so I can wear that around. I can promote it. So yeah, and in many ways,
Appreciate that.
Yeah. The Christ the King Center is kind of about evangelization in a way too, right? That's the mode that you're in, and with that, I mean, Holy Family Radio is in the same business, right? So we need you to call 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. That's the phone number to call. We have reached our goal, but that doesn't mean the phone calls need to stop. We need them to keep coming to see how far we can go and what we can achieve here in this drive. We've only got about a little less than 2.5 hours left in this drive. 33 hours is what we're going for. So we need to get those donations in online or by making a phone call at 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. So last word. You've got papers in front of you. You've got all sorts of notes. You're wondering what we'd ask you or what you'd have to say, right?
We had no idea going into this.
I
Well,
know.
we kind of had an idea.
Had an idea,
We weren't
right?
going to talk about OG sports tonight or anything.
Oh, no. I
Yeah.
can talk about that later.
Yeah.
I got another 3 hours of radio to do later. But honestly, I mean, this is your time to be able to talk about Christ the King Center and all that. So I welcome you to what is it? What else would you like our listeners to know about Christ the King Center?
I guess I'll start with the story. I guess Father Nathan Cromley that comes here and visits us at least once or twice a year. He does the date night with Father Nate, and he's mentioned several times, if you listen to his talks, about how Putnam County has something still very sacred about it. It's one of the very few places in the United States where you still have families going to church. You still have this faith community, and my family and I, we don't miss Mass for anything, right? We travel a lot. Our kids are in travel soccer. We go camping. We do a lot of trips, but we always make sure we make it to weekend Mass. And I remember one time several years ago, we were down, I want to say it was Kentucky maybe or something like that, at this parish, and just went to Sunday Mass like we always do. And an older lady came up to us after church and said, "It's really nice to see a family in church again." And it just struck me, and I never really thought about it, never really paid attention. But now, whenever we go to church in the cities or wherever, you pay attention to it, and you just don't see many families in church anymore. Except in Putnam County, we still have that right now. But once you notice it and you recognize it, I think you see more and more of it kind of starting to drift away. And it's not bad yet, but I think something needs to be done. And I think a retreat center would be a perfect way to kind of spark that faith in people's lives again, and kind of keep what we already have sacred here in Putnam County and the surrounding counties and the whole diocese for that matter.
Mhm.
So
Well said. Well
Yeah,
said. Thank
Very
you.
well said.
And, I think something that's just really stuck with me this week and that I've felt all along, which is my reason for helping out with Christ the King. And Charlie Kirk had said this, the most important thing we can do in this life is bring people to Jesus Christ. And I really think that's kind of what we are trying to do with this mission of Christ the King, is bring people closer to Jesus.
Yeah.
Also well said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very well said.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for
Thank
coming
you guys
in.
for what
Thank
you do.
for giving us the time.
Yeah.
Really enjoyed listening to the Spirit Drive the last few days. I've had the app on my phone for probably a couple years now, but I never really utilized it.
Okay.
And with my occupation, I'm traveling a lot, so I shouldn't say traveling a lot. I'm in the area, but there's areas where the signal gets weak, and so recently I started live streaming it on the app, and it's been really helpful. So, like I said, the Ottoville area, when I work over towards Van Wert, I lose signal. I can tell you about right where I'm going to lose signal. So I'm
Yeah.
looking forward to the new Van
Yeah.
Wert broadcasting there as well. So,
Very nice.
but yeah, thanks for what you guys do. And like I said, listening to it, I found it interesting the last couple of days, listening to some of the deacons and some of the deacon candidates and some of the priests, and how much of an impact Holy Family Radio has on our ordained people, not just the lay people.
Yeah.
That kind of struck me a little bit. Not that you wouldn't expect it, but you kind of think these are the experts. They don't, but they time and time mentioned, how it's good to hear different things from different perspectives. I think it was Father McGraw you had on yesterday was talking about how his favorite program's Dr. Ray.
Yes.
And I found that interesting because I loved listening to Dr. Ray.
Yeah.
But it makes sense when you're a priest and you don't have kids and you're trying to help children and families, and so it makes sense. I just never really thought about it that much, about how much the ordained really rely on Holy Family Radio as well. So.
Yeah. I think it
So-
was Father Tony, at least in my recollection, the former pastor here in Glandorf, who first mentioned how much he would find things from Catholic radio that he was able to use in his homilies.
Yeah.
That always stuck with me. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, we've had many other mention it, many other priests, deacons. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, you've been listening to Angie Kuhman and Adam Schnipke from the Christ the King Center, a Catholic retreat center that is looking to come to the greater Glandorf area, just outside Glandorf. We were grateful to have them here on your Holy Family Radio Spirit Drive, 888-287-0655. That is the number to call to get your pledge recorded in the last 2 hours and 10 minutes. We are incredibly blessed and thrilled to announce that we have met our goal. Our goal was $60,000 by 6 p.m. today, and we have met it, and we're a few $100s over it. Thank you, thank you, thank you to all of you out there who have participated and who have pledged your support. But you still have 2 hours and 10 minutes to add your support to the totals. Give us a call, 888-287. Sorry, Deacon Jeff was giving me the stink eye. Yeah. 287-0655. 888-287-0655. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we'll give you an update, and we will bring in our next guest. We'll be back after this break.
And we are back live here in the studio at Holy Family Radio, where we've been broadcasting hope and sharing faith and truth, the fullness of truth, for 15 years. 15 years celebrating this year of broadcasting, and it has been a good drive so far. It's been a good drive all the way through because we are in the last 2 hours of our Spirit Drive. 33 hours, so we finished 31 hours of live radio over the last 3 days. And so now we're in the very home stretch. We can start to see the last corner, and the finish line is right up ahead. So I want to give you an update on where we are right now. So far today, we have our 3-day total stands at $62,905. So we have achieved our 60 by 6.
That deserves some sound effects, I think, Deacon Jeff.
All right, sound effects.
Yeah,
Hold
I
up.
mean that's cause for celebration.
All right. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, me too. Yes, thank you. So I want to remind folks you still can call 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. I've got a few updates to announce. We have of our matching fund. Let me check it out here. I got 2 more. So we had $1,000 matching fund, and oh shoot, come on.
I think we met that, didn't we?
Let me see. That's what these here are in blue.
Oh,
And
no,
we
I
have
see.
$250 yet to go on that
Right.
matching fund.
You're right.
$250 for our matching fund from $1,000 matching fund. There's $250 left for you to take advantage of still yet today, but only until 6 p.m. 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. Now, one of those donations that was called in a little bit ago, that donation was made in memory of Deb Hohenbrink. And also I want to mention that person said that Holy Family Radio was the cause of their reversion back to the Catholic faith 15 years ago. When Holy Family Radio went on the air, that person came back to their Catholic faith. That is not an isolated incident, but it is one that has been verified, okay, that we can actually talk about. And I can also talk about the fact that Holy Family Radio does help with vocations. Myself is one example of a vocation that was spurred by Holy Family Radio, but then also a donation came in from a deacon candidate, Ben Schrader, who says he's become a deacon because of Holy Family Radio. Holy Family Radio was instrumental in him searching out and finding his call and answering the call to become a deacon, and he'll be ordained tomorrow, God willing, and I'll be there. So I'll be there celebrating with him tomorrow. So if you ever doubted that Holy Family Radio can have an impact on vocations or on people's faith, there are examples everywhere. Okay, so your donation helps us to continue that work. 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655.
Yeah, and also pledging your support through the online platforms all counts towards the totals that we're tracking. It all counts towards the goals that we're reaching. They would count towards meeting that $1,000 of matching funds that we have with about, I think you said, Deacon Jeff, about 250
left, yes.
left, yeah. So if that's the way you prefer to do it, go to holyfamilyradio.fm or the Holy Family Radio app or the iCatholic Music app and indicate your preferred donation in there, and it will be counted towards those matching funds. It will be counted towards our total, which we are just thrilled has exceeded our goal of $60,000.
Right.
And before we hit 6 p.m., so what an incredible blessing.
Yeah, and take a look at that total for the number of apostles.
I saw that, and I was sharing that with our associate producer, Chris. Yes, 24 apostles. That is... I'm not going to talk.
Sorry.
No,
I'm
I
playing
love
around
it.
too much.
I love those little sound bites. So thank you for those. I was thrilled that you found them again.
Are you sure? Is that sarcastic?
They're still ringing, I believe.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
here-
we can talk over them. It's
Oh.
just like the music. We can talk over it.
Okay, excellent. I forgot what I wanted to say. I got flustered.
Well,
What 24 new apostles? That's it. We revised our goal from 12 apostles to 24 elders. And we meet that goal. I mean, you listeners out there, you are amazing. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for your support. We've been here for 15 years broadcasting hope and sharing faith, and with your support, we'll be able to continue to expand the outreach of that. We've expanded to the Fostoria area. We need to open the station, get the station on air in Van Wert before November 28th, and with your support, hopefully we are going to be able to do that. It's fantastic. Thank you, thank you. If you still need to make your donation, give us a call at 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655.
All right. So now we have our last guest for this Spirit Drive, and I'm pleased to welcome into the studio Sarah Haney. Sarah was recommended that we have her come in and talk about her little ministry that she does, and I'll let her do that. And welcome Sarah to the Spirit Drive.
Thank you, thank you. I guess the little ministry that I do around the county is I paint statues. Specifically, I normally paint religious statues. So think all the Mary statues that you see outside of people's homes that are starting to get really dirty or the paint is like completely faded. I go around and I paint statues for people. I will either take them to my home or I'll go to people's houses and I'll paint their statues and essentially breathe new life into them.
All right. So tell us a little bit more about who you are and what your background is.
So my name is Sarah Haney. I'm an art teacher at Columbus Grove Elementary. I have been doing art my whole life. It was probably my senior year in high school, trying to figure out what am I going to do. And I always wanted to be a teacher, and I was like, well, what should I teach? And then I was like, I should just teach what I love. So I'm going to teach art. And then just throughout like college, trying to find odd and end jobs, I'm like, I love painting, obviously. And I had a friend whose grandma wanted her to paint her Mary statue that goes outside her house. And she was like, well, I'm going to call up Sarah because Sarah does the painting. So I went over and we just had, just a fun blast in their garage, essentially, just repainting the statue. And I think it was the next summer after painting that statue with my friend, I was like, I see all these statues sitting outside of people's homes that they just need to be repainted. They're gorgeous already sitting out there, but when they have that new fresh coat of paint, they're so vibrant, they're beautiful. So I was like, I'm just going to put something out there. So I put on Facebook just a little post when I was in college saying, hey, I'll paint statues. And I had so many people reach out to me just through Facebook saying, can you come paint my statue? And it was awesome. And so then I probably did that for a couple of years. And then I paused for a little bit when I got my full-time job. And then I paused again when I had my first son. But if people message me, I'll still fit it in as I can do it. So when it comes summertime after school ends, that's when I'll put a post out and I'll say, hey, I'm going to do statues again. Let me know and I'll try to get you on my schedule. I'm sometimes not the most punctual person, I will admit, but I try my best to fit everybody in or to try to get things done on time. But I appreciate that people will let me kind of take my time now, especially to fit it in when I can since I have a family at home. But overall, I think it's been about 7 years that I've been working on statues and stuff. And again, it will be a variety of statues. It doesn't have to be religious statues. I know I did one of those precious moments type statue and a Winnie the Pooh bear statue that was damaged. And so I essentially refurbished it. And it's not all just Mary statues either. So other Saint Francis is a big one because that one will be sitting outside in people's gardens.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another one I'll do. So, or angels. I'll paint those ones a lot. Like I went out to a cemetery one time and I painted a statue that was at somebody's grave. And I, again, gave it a new fresh coat of paint. Now it's shining, sitting out there. So, yeah, that's kind of what I do.
I'm really curious, Sarah. You probably encounter them, these outdoor statues, in all variety of, in all kinds of condition.
Yes.
So do you do, I know when people like refinish wood, they strip it and they kind of, tear off a lot of what's already on it to build it back up again. Do you have to do that as part of this process?
So way back when I didn't, I still tend not to get everything off the statues because, one, for me that adds a lot of time, and then it will add a lot of cost to the person that I'm going to be painting their statues for. I like to keep it affordable so that way people can get their statues done, because if it's going to cost them $200, let's say, that's too much for some people. So I tend not to. What I'll normally do is I will sand it down, rough up the surface so the paint will stick to it. I'll clean it off if it hasn't already been cleaned, and then I'll just paint right on top of it. So if there's paint chipping off, I'll chip off what I can, sand it down. Again, not that the paint's all the way gone, but enough that I know the paint is going to stick to the surface, and then I'll just work from there is kind of what I do.
Okay. And this will show my ignorance in art.
It's all right.
And in outdoor painting, but do you have to use some specialized paint for it being both outdoor and on statue material? What do I call that? Cement, like all different
It's
marble,
cement,
with
plaster.
Yeah.
It's all of those. Sometimes it's concrete. Yeah, concrete, cement, same thing.
Yeah.
But it would be very expensive again to buy that paint. I generally buy just acrylic paint that is for multi-surface purposes. So it can go on any surface, or indoor, outdoor acrylic paint. Because I thought about, buying like the fancy outdoor paint. But again, to get like 1 pint of that is going to be like $15. And that's just really expensive. And if I just need to paint one statue at that time, I don't want the paint to go bad either. So I kind of save some money and I go maybe a little cheaper on the paint sometimes. But I make sure I paint enough layers of paint so the paint is vibrant when I do it. Again, I try to prep the surface a little bit so I know the paint's going to stick. And then at the very end, when I'm done painting the statues, I get a really good spray coat to kind of glaze and finish the surface. I'll get one that's normally UV resistant, so that way if your statue's outside in the sun, hopefully the paint won't fade as fast. So that's what I'll do, and I'll try to give it, again, a good thick coat of the sealer at the end so it hopefully stays. But I just recently there was a lady that I probably painted her statue like 6 or 5 years ago. Her statue has been sitting outside, and she had me just come again this summer to paint it again. And so it wasn't like super chipped. I mean, you could tell where water probably sat on it in some spaces, or the sun kind of faded, just naturally lightly faded. And I told her that I think if you want to save your paint longer on your statues, especially after like I paint it or someone else paints your statues, that if it's outside every like spring, to like clean it off and then coat it again in just an acrylic like sealant, just to cover it up and reseal that paint before it's out again in all of the hot summer weather. So yeah.
That's wonderful, fascinating for somebody that doesn't know anything about art. I wasn't talented at all in art. I did theater and music and things like that, but and dance. But art, it's very fascinating for me to hear. To hear
and I
how
love
you do it.
teaching and talking about it.
Yeah.
So
Perfect.
That's great.
So when it comes to painting these statues, you're refurbishing them or restoring them. Do you sometimes choose your own colors, or do you try to stick with the color scheme of the existing statue?
I always ask. So especially if a statue's coming in that has paint already on it, or you could already tell kind of the colors that was on it, I will ask them, do you want me to just match the colors? Or I can show them photos of previous statues I did, and I can say I can do it in, this style that somebody else did. Sometimes people will find their own inspiration online and send me a photo and say, I want it painted this style or these colors. So like some Mary statues I've had, besides doing the classic, blue and pink, I've had a few people that wanted one that was more like Our Lady of Lourdes, so more just like cream and white. So I've done a few of those. So people can kind of pick and choose. And it's definitely a variety. 'Cause some of them will be like, I have no idea what my statue should look like. So that's where I'll help them out, send them photos, or I say, you can do your own research and send me what you like, and I'll just match it the best I can. But like, for example, Mary too, her blues can be a bunch of different colors. You can get to more of that like aqua, like really like bluish green, kind of tealish blue, or you can go really like sky blue, or you can go like super dark, like a deep blue. So there's like a variety you can go there, and I just let them pick. I'm like, I've done them all, so you choose what you like. And so that's what I'll do.
Do you ever have anyone who says, I just don't, just you do it. Just
Oh yeah.
Don't ask me for approvals. Don't send me just do it. Just send it.
Yeah, I've had a few people do that. I still will normally be like, I'll do it like this, and still be like, this is the way I will do it. If you tell me do what you want, I'll either show them a photo if I'm in person with them, or I'll send them a photo and I'll say, I'll probably paint it like this. Just so that way they have an expectation of what it's going to turn out. Because I'd rather there be kind of some clear expectations on what the paint's going to turn out versus if they're like, just do what you want. And then I send them something and they're like, I don't actually like the way that statue looks.
Right.
That
you don't
way.
want that at the end, do you?
No, I wouldn't want that. I mean, of course, if someone wasn't happy, I will repaint, do whatever that they want. But I'd rather them see right away, like, this is what it will turn out. If you just want me to do what I want, it'll look like this. And most people are like, perfect. Sounds great. You just go do it.
So you mentioned that you've done this for a long time. How many statues are we talking about?
Oh my goodness.
Just a ballpark, maybe, I guess.
Well, this is where I'm an art teacher. I don't do math. Okay.
Oh, just like this lawyer sitting
Just-
over here.
Just if you've listened at all, you've heard me have the opportunity to say many times, numbers are hard. Math is hard.
Yes. I would say sometimes it's probably like 10 to 15 each summer, probably. So if I've been doing it for 7 years, you can do the math on that.
Very good.
And then, sometimes it's not always in the summer either. Like if someone reaches out in the winter, I'll fit it in. I'll take it. So I don't know, wherever that number is, I'll take.
Yeah.
That's around roughly how much I've done. I would love to do more, but again, right now, especially, my schedule's a lot tighter to fit statues in.
Okay.
You're in the middle of
But-
the school year. Do you have like a website or a Facebook page that people can go to?
I don't. I thought about doing a Facebook page at one point, but then I'm a little nervous that I'll have too many people asking me to do statues, and then I won't be able to fit them in. Like, it suddenly becomes almost too much of a commitment on my side. And I just would be afraid of, like, breaking a commitment to somebody. Like, if I fit them on a schedule, but then I get too busy in my personal life to fit them in. So I've thought of it. I haven't done it. Maybe at some point I will, if I just decide that's what, like, my side job is going to be, and I get better at, figuring out a personal schedule. Then maybe I would do it. But I do think a Facebook page would be a great way to do it. I normally will post there's a Putnam County Catholic ladies group. And that's where I put my little, like, advertisement post. And then I also have, like, little flyers at Always Blessed in Ottawa, and then at the Mustard Seed here in Glandorf. I have little flyers, which, by the way, there was someone that called me from the Mustard Seed, or, like, someone got a paper from the Mustard Seed. They called me. They're in, like, Cloverdale or something like that, and I lost their phone number. So I have a statue at my house right now, and I can't find the person's phone number. to return it.
if
So if
anybody
you
knows who that is,
yes, if that is ringing a bell, that I have your statue right now and you're wondering where it's at because I haven't called you, I lost your phone number, and I apologize because you called me and normally I do texts. So that wasn't my bad.
So, so is it done?
It's done.
Okay.
It's been sitting in my office for like a month now, probably, maybe a little bit more. And I've called random phone numbers in my phone thinking,
that must be
you
it.
know,
That, you know.
thinking like, this is probably the phone number because this was around the time that they called me, and it's not. So I'm really hoping she just calls me again.
Yeah.
And is like, where's my statue? And I'll be like, I have it.
Yeah. So sorry. I have it.
Yeah. And I didn't meet up with her either. We had this kind of weird handoff for the statue too. So I also never got to see her in person. So that's a random one. But
Yeah. Sounds like you have a good side gig going there.
yeah.
And a holy one at that. You know,
Mhm.
painting so much religious art. I think a little birdie told me you often pray the rosary while you paint it.
Yeah. Yeah. So normally when I sit down and I start painting a statue, so either when I'm cleaning it up and starting to get it all prepped and ready, or where, you know, maybe it's all prepped and ready and I'm going to actually start painting it, I will pray a rosary for the family or the person that I'm painting the statue for. So I'll say a rosary for them. And oftentimes too, when I'm painting statues, I take that as a great time for myself to listen to, just like different Catholic resources online on YouTube. So like I'll do like, this one, Holy Family Radio, but I will also do like a Bible in a year when I'm painting statues, and you can get through so much because those are quick. And just, or other podcasts I'll listen to. But yeah, so that's a great time for me to actually kind of sit there and reflect, and I can pray while I'm painting a statue. And I just love seeing the statues go from whatever condition I got them in. You know, sometimes it can be kind of rough. Sometimes if they've been outside for so long in the sun, they can be so beat up. And then just seeing them at the end where they're like literally shining. It is awesome. Like Mary's beautiful at the end.
I guess if you don't have a website or a Facebook page, do you have any location that people can go to kind of take a look at what you've done?
I guess not, because my Facebook page would be like, my personal Facebook page is normally where people will message me, but I only have so many posts that are actually public. You know what I mean? So that gives me something to think about, because maybe I should have like a pinned post or something with my little flyer and stuff so people can see it. Because yeah, since I don't have a Facebook page online, if you try to find my stuff, I guess you wouldn't be able to find it. So
I'm sure some of our listeners would love to take a look at some of your beautiful work.
yeah, maybe I'll have to do something on Facebook now. Maybe I will get a Facebook page set up, but then warn people maybe I'll have an off season too.
That's right.
You
That's
know,
right.
That's right.
off
Yeah.
season during some parts.
Right. Yeah. The window's open now, and then the window closes at a certain
Closes.
point. Right.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Great ideas.
Yeah. Well,
Thank
we're,
you.
We're just
Hey,
excited to have you
appreciate it.
here.
Hey, we're here to help. You know, we're here to do whatever we can to help our guests or our listeners
That's right.
to experience more of the fullness and the integrated Catholic life in a way. Right. It's we can make that as part of our life all the time.
It's one of the things I love about Catholic Radio. You know, we're able to share these ministries, all these different. You know,
Yeah.
We were saying earlier, like who'd have thought, you know, a restaurateur, you know, would have something to share with Catholic Radio, and what an amazing story that was, and the artwork that you're doing, and you know, just all the ways in which people are living out their faith and serving others and serving the church. It's such a beautiful thing, and it's brought to you by Catholic Radio. By Holy Family Radio. But we need your help. Give us a call, 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655.
I think we still have $250 left of that $1,000 matching fund. So it is getting close. It's an hour and 15 minutes. So that's just 75 minutes for you to make your donation and have it doubled. So a $25 donation becomes 50, 50 becomes 100, 100 becomes 200. But that's only if you call now within the next 75 minutes. 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. You can go online and make your donation there. We had a couple of donations come in online over the last 30 minutes or so. I want to thank those folks for their generous donations. Everybody, all those donations come together into one big total that allows us to continue moving on in the ministry and the work that is Holy Family Radio, because we've been here for 15 years now, broadcasting hope and sharing faith. So with that, what other questions should I ask you? This is my daughter. For those of you who don't know who Sarah is my daughter. So she gets to be a little bit my favorite guest here today.
I wasn't sure coming on if I should be like, should I call him Dad? Should I call him Jeff? Should I call him Deacon Jeff? How formal are we talking here?
I know.
I wasn't sure.
You did
It's up to
great.
you. You be as respectful as you normally are.
Oh dear.
Jeffrey? No.
Oh,
He hates. No.
no, not Jeffrey.
Okay. That is not a name that we refer
No,
to
no, it's
Deacon
all right.
Jeff by. Okay.
It's all right. Oh, my goodness.
I'm
So-
sure his favorite name is probably Pawpaw from his grandkids.
Yeah, that would be, that I like that one. Yep, I'll take the
Mhm.
pawpaw one. So, yeah. So, any parting words from you? Anything we haven't asked you that you want to let folks know about?
Oh gosh, now I gotta think.
Mm.
I don't really think so. Again, you guys made me think I probably should start a Facebook page so people can actually see the stuff. But I guess I do want to mention, so I said that I can either take statues at my house or I go out and I paint statues. So when I go out and paint statues, I'll paint them in like a variety of places. Like people will put them in their garages and be nice, which is awesome. I appreciate it. But then there's also times, especially if I'm going to like an elderly person's home, I will be in their garden and painting in the mulch,
Mm-hmm.
doing my best, painting it right there where it normally sits and where it normally lives. So I'll literally go wherever, like whatever's most convenient for the person that needs the statue done.
Mm-hmm.
I will do my best to make it convenient. I'll pick up your statue. If you don't want to drop it off and you don't want me to go to your house, that's fine. But I often paint at people's houses, especially, the big Mary statues that have the grottos around it.
Yeah, the bathtub shaped thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
it can be, but those are the ones that I'll paint at most people's houses, because those ones
They're
are
big and
they're
heavy.
big and heavy. They're solid cement. So those ones I'll paint wherever that statue is normally. Sometimes they're able to, again, maybe move it out of their garden a little bit, but I'll paint wherever.
Could you give us a sense of the largest and smallest statues that you've painted? And of course, this is radio, so try to give us like a visual description.
Yeah. So some of the Mary statues, the outdoor Mary statues, the grotto ones, sometimes they're not that tall, but they can be fairly tall. But there's also some Mary statues that are taller than the grotto ones. Those are almost like 3 feet tall, probably. And so those are probably the tallest ones. Those ones are big. Those ones are big and heavy. You'll see them on some people's like porches. So those like 3 feet tall Mary statues, those are probably like biggest ones that I do. And then the smallest ones would be like, probably 8 to 9 inches tall, just like your regular little religious statue that you might pick up at a store. And those ones are often ones that they will be like, my grandparents had this statue and it's just been sitting there, and the colors just like would be nice if they were brighter, whatever it is. Maybe they want to switch up the colors too, or just give it a fresh coat of paint. But I often will do those like small ones that you just keep inside your house. So like 8 to 9 inches is probably like the smallest one.
Okay.
that I've done.
So those are typically porcelain, or are you talking about
Yeah.
that kind? Really? Okay.
Yeah, those ones, or they're like plaster too, if they're not as
Okay.
fancy as porcelain.
Okay.
Plaster, either hollow plaster or the whole thing's completely plaster.
Mm-hmm.
So I have done those too.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Fascinating.
Yeah, fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really glad we had you in. Yeah.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, thank you for coming.
Mm-hmm.
I'll see you sometime, probably this weekend, right? Next weekend.
Probably.
Who knows? But now is your time to call, folks. We're going to go to break. It's coming up to our last hour. I can't hardly believe it. Up to our last hour. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. That is the phone number to call. There are volunteers still in here waiting to take calls and to take down your best gift to Holy Family Radio. If you put it off until now, you don't have much more time to pull it off, put it off. So
Matching funds on the table.
matching funds on the table. Thank you for reminding me. $250 yet are available to be matched here today during the Spirit Drive. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. After the break, it's our last hour here on the Spirit Drive. All right, everybody, we are back here in the last hour of the Spirit Drive here in 2025. We have been broadcasting hope and sharing faith for 15 years, and we are just wrapping up day 3 of the Spirit Drive here at Holy Family Radio. So our goal for this drive that we have, made you aware of where we've been all along tracking through, we now stand at $63,030. $63,030, which is obviously $3,000 more than our goal. We are so happy. We're so grateful.
It's phenomenal. It's phenomenal.
It's phenomenal.
Yeah. We don't have many years that we exceed our goal. I mean, we set a goal 20% higher than the highest we'd ever reached, and we not only met that, but we exceeded it, and that's all due to you wonderful listeners. And we still have an hour to see, what it's going to end up being.
Mm-hmm.
So give us a call, 888-287-0655.
So there is, hold on, we got a couple more donations I have to add up here. Let me add them up to see. We have $120 left of that $1,000 matching fund. $120. That is certainly within reach of at least 2 people who are listening right now. You've been thinking about donating. You've wanted to donate, but maybe you haven't found a good reason yet. Maybe you're on your drive home. Maybe you're there about ready to pull into your driveway, and now would be a great time for you to call or go online. Either way, we get it done. 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. 0655. We've got 17 new donors now in our total. We have the majority of those new donors were today. We had a stretch goal of 45, and 25 of those from the Fostoria area. But altogether, we have 17 new donors. The majority of those are from our new listing area. So
that's great.
So we're absolutely pleased with that. We've got not only 12 apostles, but we've doubled the number of apostles. That seems strange to say, but it's true. We've got 24 apostles, which, for those of you that aren't aware, are $1,000 donors who donate at least $1,000 as a lump sum or on a monthly recurring donation. So
that adds up to 1,000.
Yeah, that adds up to 1,000. So we are so pleased by that, and we have 10 new recurring donors. So those are folks who have set up new monthly recurring donations to Holy Family Radio, and that is so important for us to be able to important for us to plan out our cash flow throughout the year, and that is so helpful and effective for us. So we appreciate those of you who've chosen to do that, and that does allow you to give more. That allows you to give a little today, this month, and then a little the next month, and that adds up. That adds up to a much higher total. So if it's only $10 that you can handle right now in your budget, and believe me, I completely understand if that's the case, but 10 turns into 120, and that's what the total that goes into my spreadsheet here that tracks this. It's not,
which is, I think, almost exactly what is needed to meet the remaining
exactly right.
matching funds.
That's right.
So you could be the person to complete those matching funds doing a recurring donation of $10 a month, and that enables us to utilize all of those matching funds. So consider doing that. If you don't already donate, consider becoming a new donor.
Mm-hmm.
We're excited with the new donors that we have, but we would love to have more. 888-287-0655.
Both phone lines are busy right now. Thank you so much for those of you who are on the phone, but if you do get a busy signal, please call back in a few minutes, and then someone will certainly be able to answer the phone. So yeah, I mean, it's been such a great opportunity to do some live radio. That's one of the things that at least I enjoy doing. I don't know about you, Kim, but I enjoy doing this.
Yes, absolutely.
So I look forward to it every year, even though it seems like a daunting task at the beginning, sitting down here 3 days ago or 2 days ago, right? and beginning this in the first hour. And Chris is experiencing it for the first time for himself. And what has been your impression of this Spirit Drive?
I honestly didn't know what to expect when I first got in the studio. I think it was a couple weeks prior when I actually got to come in here for the first time and kind of see the setup, and my first impression was beautiful studio. And then I had no idea what we were actually going to be doing, other than I just knew my role would be live stream, change cameras, stuff like that, hop on the mic a couple times. So overall experience has been pretty awesome. I think one thing that I've learned is this community is very passionate about everyone in the community and their faith, and to spread that further than the community. So it's been awesome.
Yeah.
We've been so thrilled to have you. Thank you for all your help.
Yeah.
You're welcome, and thank you for inviting me. It's been awesome.
Absolutely. I tell you what, it certainly helped me in order to be a little bit more organized, a little bit more present for our guests here. And so, yeah, it's been great, and I couldn't have asked for more. So thank you so much. And now is the time for you to call 888-287-0655. Yes, we have an update. Okay, there's a $1,000 challenge that's been put out from a Holy Family parishioner.
This challenge is to all of those who are sitting on the edge of their seats wondering whether to give or not.
Okay, so this challenge is for all those who are on the edge of their seats, not sure that they want to make the leap to donate. Well, now this is your opportunity. They're challenging you to donate now. Okay? 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. I think both phone lines are open right now. Any more?
We just wanted to mention something out there, something about to our good patriots who are preaching for love and peace, like Charlie Kirk.
Okay.
Something, you'll figure it out.
Oh, okay.
You get to run with that.
I get to run with that. Okay. It's in Thanksgiving for all those patriots out there who are championing free speech, and all those out there who support and protect our freedoms out there. We're talking about folks like Charlie Kirk and Catholic radio fits into that. Our free speech rights are so important to be able to evangelize and talk about the fullness of truth in our faith, and how that shapes our thinking and our lives, and how it's all for the common good, that all that we do, things that are in a right order, and things that are I hate to say that, the truth in the American way, right, is the fact that we get to live in the greatest country in the world because of the rights and freedoms that we have, and that's mostly because of the faith foundation that the founding fathers founded this nation upon. And that's why it's so important that we support those and be able to support a ministry like Holy Family Radio, that is able to proclaim the truths of the Catholic faith with clarity and with charity and with joy. And that includes joy of the gospel through the power of music. And so, yeah, thank you so much for that challenge and that donation. So that is another apostle then.
It is another apostle.
Oh, I've got to get my sounder going. I got to click over here.
Yeah, the Hallelujah chorus is.
Let's get that
what
going.
you got to do. It seems like every time we meet a challenge, somebody else calls in and issues another challenge. They see how our listeners respond to those challenges.
Yeah.
And this latest challenge just came in over the telephone and is challenging all those out there who might be sitting on the fence, who are wondering, oh, should I really donate? This particular listener is saying this is that voice urging you to do that. So give us a call, 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. We've got less than 45 minutes, 42 minutes left of the 2025 Holy Family Radio Spirit Drive. The one time per year we interrupt your regular programming to ask you to partner with us to keep the voice of Catholic radio broadcasting throughout Northwest Ohio. We can't do it without you. This is a 100% listener-supported station. Between the listeners like you that are calling in today, going to holyfamilyradio.fm and making your digital pledge there, and our underwriters, that is how this station operates. Won't you participate with us? Won't you join in? It's been a banner year, and you should be a part of that banner year. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655.
So hopefully there are some of you who are watching us on the live streams, and hopefully maybe some of you who are listening on the radio now have taken that taken the advantage of that opportunity to kind of watch and see what happens here at a Spirit Drive. So I encourage folks who may have missed something that you wanted to see or wanted to listen to, that you can always go to our YouTube channel. Our YouTube channel, search for Holy Family Radio, look for our logo, the logo that's right over here on my, if I'm on camera right now. If you want to search for it in particular, it's Holy Family Radio 638. Holy Family Radio 638 is our channel name. If you can't remember that, or you don't want to search, the easiest way to find our YouTube channel is to get our mobile app. And on our mobile app, you can click the connect button. Actually, you tap on a phone, so you tap it, and in there you can find another button that will take you to our YouTube channel. Subscribe, click the bell button, and that way you can be notified of any new videos. But then also it's a quick way to find us so you can watch any of these videos. So all of the live streams that we've had here, you can go through those and watch and fast forward through to the segments that you wanted to listen to. So that's on YouTube, Facebook. Hello, all those watching on Facebook and have been. You can get to our Facebook profile page the same way through our mobile app, or just find us at Holy Family Radio. We're there on Instagram at Holy Fam Radio, and then also on X, formerly Twitter, at Holy Fam Radio as well. Why Holy Fam? Because Holy Family Radio is too long. I don't know why, but that's too long of a name. Just like when I did the Catholic Playlist show, I had at Catholic Playlist. That's too long. So I had to do Catholic Play LST. It was just one character too long. So unfortunate, I know.
Those crazy rules.
Yeah, those crazy rules. And by the way, we are Twitter verified. We're X verified here at Holy Family Radio, which allows us to do a whole bunch of other things, which I will figure out someday. But in any event, many of you probably have no idea what X is or how it works. Neither do I in some respects. But either way, well, here's the thing. Young people, they get a lot of their news and their feedback about what's going on in the world from platforms such as X. All right? So they're going to X, they're going to Instagram, they're going to these pages to get their news. All right? So whoever they follow, whoever shows up in their algorithm is what they're going to read, and that's what they're going to believe, unless they've been taught to discern and look for those alternative things. So you wonder why Holy Family Radio would be on X. Well, that's the reason. We need to tweet more, but when we do so, we would tweet the truth. Say that 3 times fast.
Tweeting the truth for 15 years.
Yeah, tweeting the truth for 15 years. But in any event, then we show up in timelines. The algorithm, we can start appearing in places that people can find us. The same thing happens with all the reels, the shorts that are out there, right? When we need to be where people are, essentially. So we want to make sure that we are there. That's important to us, and so that's what your dollars are helping to fund here with us at Holy Family Radio. Broadcasting truth, broadcasting faith, and broadcasting hope, and sharing faith and the truth.
All of it.
All of it for 15 years. Unbelievable 15 years. And now after 15 years to finally reach we're almost at $65,000 now. And we have $900 left of that challenge and matching fund. $900 left. We only have 27 minutes. No, that's 37 minutes left into the Spirit Drive. Last hour. Can't call anymore after 6 p.m. in order to make your donation. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655.
We know you can do it, listeners. You have risen to the challenge of every single challenge, every single goal that we have had in terms of these matching funds throughout these 3 days. We haven't missed one yet. And we're thrilled to have yet another one in this final hour that came in just 10 minutes ago or so, at about quarter after. Somebody called and offered a $1,000 matching fund challenge, saying this is the voice, this is the nudge for any of you who've been waiting and wondering whether this is really the year for you to donate. So listen to that voice. Give us a call, 888-287-0655. It is your turn to help support Holy Family Radio. We know you're listening, and if you're listening, we know that you understand the importance of Catholic radio. Let's keep it going strong in Northwest Ohio, 888-287-0655.
You know, sometimes doing radio is a thankless sort of ministry to be in. It's not like you're in a public area, you know, speaking to a group of people that have come to listen to you. Okay, it's not like you're giving speeches everywhere. It's one of those things where, you know, we send the word out and then we have no idea who's listening to it, and we get guests in here who say they listen all the time, and I'm always a little bit amazed, but also very humbled by the fact that what it is that we put together and we stream out to each of these towers actually gets listened to and actually gets heard.
And actually impacts people.
We talked about, I'm sure, a couple of deacons, myself included, credit Holy Family Radio with giving them the foundation and the way to kind of come up with maybe the courage to answer that call. Maybe that call comes from, you know, listening to Catholic radio in many ways. So it's I don't know. It's just humbling, and we're grateful for being able to get to do this every year, and it's been a year and a half since we last did this. So it was April of 2024 was our last Spirit Drive. So it's been a year and, you know, almost 6 months since we did our last one. And
look how the listeners respond.
Yeah.
You know, when we have the opportunity to do this, you listeners step up, and we're deeply grateful. Thank you so much. We have 17 new donors.
17. Yep.
We set an ambitious goal on that. We didn't quite hit that, but we're super excited to have 17. That's still possibly the best of, well, it's hard to know. You'd have to dig back through a lot of records to probably figure that out.
Oh, I can find it out for you real quick.
But in any event, 17 new donors is still really great. We wanted 25 from the Fostoria area because of the new station out there, 90.9, and we got quite a few. I don't have that number in front of me either, but the majority, I would say, of our new donors are from the Fostoria area.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you so much for all those who are listening to 90.9. And if you donated or if you did not donate, please let other folks know about Holy Family Radio. Let them know that we exist out there. Let them know that 90.9 is a way that they can stay connected to their faith, and they can learn, turn their car into a classroom. They can have the radio on when their kids are in the back seat or in the back of the van. Force them to listen to it. No, you don't force them to listen to it, but if you have it on, you are. Maybe can take those earbuds
passive
out.
Learning.
Yeah, that passive learning. That way they know what's important to mom and dad. All right, we talk about families. Adam Shipke was talking about the fact that in many, many places, it's not common to find full, complete families go and attend Mass on a regular basis. It's a regular occurrence for most of us here who live in Putnam County to experience that. And I was thinking back when he was mentioning that, we did a little vacation this past summer a few months ago, and we stopped at a church in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. We drove over to it, and it was a nice church, very reverent and really somewhat very orthodox sort of mass. The Novus Ordo and everything else. But the church was full, but there weren't many families. It was a lot of people, but you didn't hear babies crying, and you didn't see a lot of young children there, which is quite a shame. But that's changing, or it can be changed through the continued broadcasting of Catholic radio. I fully believe that.
Yeah, I do too. And, we've talked, our theme is hope, broadcasting hope and sharing faith. And we've heard such great inspirational stories of hope. When you're talking about the younger generation there, a fair amount, young families coming to Mass together. And, I'm kind of reminded of Izzy Utendorf, just a sophomore in high school. Who had such a powerful experience at the Damascus Youth Camp, and it is giving her life essentially to Christ, and what hope that fills me with, what inspiration. That's just one of the many stories you'll hear on Catholic radio. We're so grateful for Catholic radio. We're so grateful for all of you listeners out there. 888-287-0655.
We still have $900 of matching funds available. We have one line busy right now. There's room for you to get into this challenge from a Holy Family parishioner to donate to Holy Family Radio here in the final half hour, the last 30 minutes of 33 hours. If you are a last-minute person, you've waited for the right time, because this is coming up to the last minute. So you don't want to wait much longer to get into to make your phone call or your pledge today. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. And I'm looking forward tomorrow for the ordination mass for all the new permanent deacons here in the Diocese of Toledo. 13 men will be ordained tomorrow. And I know there are at least 4 of those are from this listening area. There may be even more that I don't know of, but we had several of them on during the drive here today. And I really want to thank them for agreeing to come on right before ordination happens.
Yeah, a busy time.
It's a very busy time, but it's also a very joyful time. Leading right up there, there's a level of excitement. There's a level of perhaps anxiety, related to that. What's going to happen tomorrow? What's going to happen after that? After ordination, what am I going to feel like? Where am I going to be assigned? There's all these little open questions about that. But it will be, it'll be good. It'll be amazing. It'll be a very grace-filled time for them and for everybody else who gets to experience that. So looking forward to that tomorrow. So if you guys are still listening, know that I'm praying for you and that I will be there tomorrow to see you. And one of the fun things that happens at ordination masses, especially it happens for the priests as well, but for the deacons, all the deacons that are in attendance, we give them during the sign of peace, we get to go and greet all of our brother deacons during that time. So it's like a long receiving line. It makes the mass last longer, but it's an important part of welcoming new brothers into the diaconate. So get a chance to do that, and I'll see you all tomorrow then, God willing, of course.
888-287-0655. We have at least one phone line open, maybe 2. Now is the moment to give us a call. There are still $900 left on the table of matching funds of a generous donor that called around 5:15 to say, hey, going to throw $1,000 out there in potentially matching funds, and issue a challenge to those who might be sitting on the fence wondering if this is really the right time for them to donate.
Yeah.
So this listener is trying to inspire you that this is the time for you to donate. Give us a call at 888-287-0655, and you can also go to holyfamilyradio.fm or the Holy Family Radio app or the iCatholic Music app. to make your donations there. And as always, we will be open here for another 27 minutes. So you can stop into the studio and drop off your donation as well.
It looks like in our tracker we're getting a new recurring donor at $15 a month. And guess what? That means that you get a book. And go ahead and ring that bell, Kim. Go ahead. A $15 a month recurring donation, that's $180 towards the matching fund, which leaves us with, what, $780 left for that matching fund and 27 minutes left to make that pledge or that donation at 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. You will be receiving a free copy of The Early Church Was the Catholic Church by Joe Heschmeyer, apologist at Catholic Answers, as well as a podcaster at shamelesspopery.com. It's a great name for a podcast, a Catholic podcast. And so we will make sure that makes its way to your home parish where you can pick it up from the office, or otherwise we'll figure out a way to get it to you.
That person that called and issued the challenge saying, maybe if you were sitting on the fence, that would most likely mean that you would not be a donor yet. So if you call, you would be a new donor, and that would mean that you also would get this book by Joe Heschmeyer. So we're trying to provide lots of suggestions and incentives for you to go ahead and make your donation. Join the family of Holy Family Radio. 888-287-0655.
So we're going to take a last break. This is the last break we're going to take before we wrap up this Spirit Drive. That doesn't mean that you have to wait for us to get back on the air to make that phone call. It's actually the perfect time because you won't miss anything that we're going to be making fools of ourselves about, perhaps. Who knows, after all this time. But either way, now is your time to call. 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. Last break, and when we come back, we will wrap up day 3 of our 2025 our fall Spirit Drive. here today for 2025. The phone number to call, 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. You all can also go to our website at holyfamilyradio.fm, holyfamilyradio.fm. You can also visit, use our mobile apps. If you don't have it already, go to your favorite app store and download it and add it to your device, and you can listen anytime, anywhere. We had a couple of guests here this week to tell us that they listen to us on the app and drive around, and they're able to get us with crystal clear reception anywhere that you're able to get a Wi-Fi signal, and you don't have to worry about searching for another station. You can always listen to a Catholic radio using our app, and we've talked about we have iCatholic Music. If you get our Holy Family Radio app, there's a little tiny button next to the play button that allows you to choose the stream you want to listen to. And one of those streams is iCatholic Music, our new music streaming service that we help to bring into Holy Family Radio's oversight, and that happened in last December and January, right about the time that we were working and finishing on Fostoria. And so that's been a great thing, and I hope you enjoy listening to that music. A lot of the break music that we use has been from iCatholic Music. That's part of the library that we have there. Some of the more recent and more popular music that we have, and those are all by Catholic artists. Okay, I spend a decent amount of time researching artists and listening to music and acquiring some of the best that I can find and add it to that music library. So I hope you enjoy that. Now, one thing I want to mention before we go is the fact that, well, first off, we still have matching funds available. We still have $720 of matching funds available. Only about 20 minutes left to make that happen. Our operators, as that they used to say, our volunteers will be waiting to take your call only for about another 20 minutes. And then you'll have to go online then to make that donation and get it added to our total. Right now we stand at $64,310. That's $4,310 over our goal. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. So
thank you so much.
Thank you so much. All right, before I go, I want to make sure I mention again the Box of Joy campaign. Holy Family Radio is once again sponsoring the Cross Catholic Outreach's Box of Joy campaign for this year. We've shipped over 8,000 of these filled boxes over the last 8 years. 1,800 of those were last year. We just got the shipment of our 2,000 boxes that we ordered, that we will be providing to area parishes and schools to be able to run that campaign where they are and other groups. If you want to participate in that, if you are a member of a parish somewhere, if maybe you have a service group, maybe that man is you, maybe she or whoever, this is a great project to do. Maybe you're involved with PSR. PSR is a great way to have a service night where you can create and pack boxes of joy. So I'm holding a box of joy right here in front of me. It's a shoebox size thing. We've got all the materials that anybody would need to be able to run a campaign. So we can help you with that. We would love to help you with that. So if you want to become a part of that and bring your boxes over to us for us to take care of and ship for you, we'd want to do it. We absolutely want to do it. It's one of our big community outreach things that we do here at Holy Family Radio. So just get in contact with us. And what phone number do they call to get in touch with us? I'm not sure I remember.
I think that number is 888-287-0655.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Now
I wasn't sure I wasn't sure I remembered that right. So
now you know,
now
Deacon
we
Jeff.
know.
Yeah. 888-287-0655. Give us a call. Take advantage of that $720 left of matching funds still on the table. You have 16 minutes in order to get that pledge recorded, whether it be a call into the station at that number, stopping by the station, or donating online through the holyfamilyradio.fm website or the Holy Family Radio app. 888-287-0655.
So I think we got another online donation. So I have to make sure that is a new one, that it wasn't already recorded earlier. So I'm going to be checking that out. But there is still time. That donation does not take us over that particular matching fund. So there's still room for you. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. Now, remember, you can watch any of these videos. You can relive any of these interviews that we did. And just to recap a little bit, at the beginning of the Spirit Drive on day 1, we talked to Dan Brer. He talked about all of the new deacons and all the process for the new cohort that is starting. They started this month already into their formation. It'll be 5 years down the road. So their ordination will be in 2030, if I'm correct. And so there's plenty of time for you, if you are a listener, as a man who might be thinking about becoming a deacon. Maybe I might make this time to invite you to consider that. If that's been something that might be in your mind at some point in time, continue listening to Catholic radio, because that might help you to discern that call. At 9 o'clock, we talked to Rob Spicer, David Henley, the headmaster, and Carrie Broadman, who's a board member of the Chesterton Academy that's coming to St. Michael the Archangel Parish in Findlay. Very exciting initiative for them to be able to basically create a new Chesterton Academy classical Catholic education for high school students there at Findlay. That was a great interview, so we'll be posting that. We'll also be posting an interview we had with Wendy M. from Divine Grace Fertility Care. She always has such great information and a passion for providing information that is available to people, and technology. When we talk about technology, we're talking about the right use of the tools that are available to be able to help women achieve pregnancy and to be able to understand their bodies. And it's not just, it's including teenagers and trying to help them understand their bodies. That's an important thing. So 888-287-0655. 14 minutes left. 14 minutes left on the clock for you to call us. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655.
If you want to check out some of the other interviews that we did over the last 3 days, we also spoke with Gary Zimak. He's an author and a speaker, and he provides a lot of content on anxiety and how to deal with anxiety through the lens of faith. So that was a great conversation we had with him. We had a wonderful conversation with Izzy Utendorf, a high school student local here at Ottawa Glandorf High School, who really had an amazing spiritual experience and has turned her life over to Christ. So check that out for sure. And then we spoke with several existing deacons and recent deacon candidates, as well as those that were recently ordained.
Right.
So we spoke with Deacon Jean Huntingford out of Delphos St. John, and we also spoke with Father Kevin McGraw, just ordained priest, who has been a great friend of Holy Family Radio, and it was wonderful to speak with him. And then another deacon candidate, Mike Karhoff, joined us. That was fantastic. And then our final deacon candidate that joined us was this morning, soon to be Deacon Brian Witta from Findlay. So we've had some of those great candidates. We've also had priests. We had Father Matt from Glandorf.
That's right. He's not on our schedule, but
He's
we did talk to Father Matt. We talked to Father Rick then too.
That's right. So we had several priests in addition to newly ordained Father Kevin McGraw. And then at the end of the day here, if you missed it, we spoke with Angie Kuhlman and Adam Schnipke of the Christ the King Center, and Sarah Haney, who paints statues, primarily religious statues, but she can also do other statues. So it's been a great lineup, a wonderful time, and we've had great listeners answering the call. But there's still a call out there. There are still matching funds on the table for another 10 minutes. 888-287-0655. give us a call, 888-287-0655.
And who could forget about Karen Holman, who was here at the 4 o'clock hour yesterday, explaining her journey to forming Do Good in His Name Ministries, as well as the Do Good restaurant in Osgood, Ohio. Fascinating story and enthralling sort of story. We were kind of mesmerized here in the studio listening to that story, and we're fortunate that we have that on video on YouTube. So we're going to make sure that we take that video and we are able to post that, and we'll share that via our Facebook page and other social media channels. But rarely do we just allow a guest just to talk, which in many ways is the perfect guest for us, because we'd rather have them fill the time rather than us. But it was to the point where she was talking, and then she asked us, do you want me to keep going? And we were all like, yes, please, very much. And so that was a lot of fun, and it's such an inspiring sort of story. And I hope that if you had a chance to listen to that you might get some benefit from that as well, some grace from that, because the messages that she has, the wisdom that she has, is something that we can all apply to our lives.
The way she's attuned to the voice of the Holy Spirit is just otherworldly to me. It's hard for me to imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's something we can all hope to aspire to. But it was a very, very moving conversation with her. So yeah, we urge you to check that out on the YouTube channel. That's an easy way to find it. And then we also spoke with Barry McCullough of the Sarah Club of Putnam and Allen and Van Wert counties. So that sort of rounds out the guest list that we had this week, these last 3 days of your 2025 Spirit Drive on Holy Family Radio. We still have matching funds on the table. Don't let those matching funds go to waste. 888-287-0655. You can also go to holyfamilyradio.fm and take advantage of those matching funds there.
Yep, Father Matt Keller just went through the studio. He's on his way to do benediction and bring Jesus back to repose in the tabernacle over here at the Glandorf Church. We want to thank all those who were involved with helping to make this Spirit Drive such a success, from the Community Advisory Council that we formed a little over a year ago, to the board, to all those who our volunteers, all of our volunteers, all of our all those folks who signed up for adoration and did all that.
All of you who prayed out there silently without our knowing it.
Yep. It takes an entire team of dedicated, passionate people who believe in the work that we're doing. So we want to thank you so much for everything, all of you listeners out there. So if there's any questions you have, if there's any issues that you would like to be addressed, or have whatever with Holy Family Radio, how we can make things better, what we can do a bit different that would make it a better experience for you as a listener, please let us know what that is. We want to do better, want to improve. We've proven that we want to grow and do different things and offer music and everything else. And we're not going to sit still. But we certainly would like your help in guidance and understanding what it is that we ought to be doing. So this is the Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio. It is now 7 minutes away from the end of the Spirit Drive. We just want to thank everyone again for everything. We've been broadcasting hope and sharing faith for 15 years. 15 years, and looking forward to year 16. There's lots to do. But I think we're gonna take a little bit of a rest after these 3 days, and kind of give thanks and gratitude for everything that's been done and all that you've shared with us here today in the last 3 days. So with that, I'm going to pick our music that we're going to go out to here at Holy Family Radio. I want to thank again everyone involved, everyone who's come in, everyone who's called, everyone who's listened via the apps or anything else. I want to thank you so much for being a part of this mission. This is Deacon Jeff Compton on behalf of Chris Acree and Kim Schrader. offer you a blessed day and evening.